Julius Martov 1904. Short Constitution of the All-Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. Maximum Constitution of the Hards. First published, Iskra, No. 58, January 25, 1904. Source, Martov, A Political Biography of a Russian Social Democrat by Israel Getzler, Melbourne University Press, 1967. 1. The party is divided into those who sit and those who are sat upon. Note, groups and individuals who cannot sit nor wish to be sat upon are completely abolished. 2. In general, sitters are to sit. As for those who are sat upon, their main function is to be sat upon. 3. In the interests of centralism, the sitters shall enjoy varying degrees of trust. As for those who are sat upon, they are all equal in their rights. 4. To reward those who have sat, a council is set up. The latter, though, can also sit independently. 5. This hierarchy is crowned by a fifth, whose rights of sitting are limited only by the laws of nature. 6. The sitting of the central organ is maintained by measures of spiritual reasoning. In any case of resistance by those who have thus been brought to reason, they are handed over to the Central Committee. 7. Then the Central Committee takes action. 8. Those who are sat upon make contributions to the party treasury both for the expense of sitting and likewise for the purpose of propaganda. 9. In the fullness of time all party members, sitters and sat upon, will make a revolution. Note, from which obligation those who have been sufficiently and completely sat upon are exempt. And they still say Russians are unable to express their thoughts succinctly. Par les mots de C.A. L. Martov. Julius Martov 1907. The Lesson of the Events in Russia. Source, Le Socialisme, December 29, 1907. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitja Bider. In St. Petersburg on December 5, 75,000 workers abandoned their workplaces. In Moscow, the same day, 300,000 workers in the most important factories also stopped working. In Tiflis, Baku, Harbin, in Manchuria, the strike was total, stores remained closed, trams didn't circulate. In Vilna, Saratov, Ivano-Vosnesensk in several other working-class cities the factories didn't open. Finally, the students in all the upper schools of St. Petersburg and Moscow deserted their classrooms. Why this unforeseen strike? On December 5 the tribunal opened at which the Social Democratic deputies of the Second Duma were to be tried, and the Russian proletariat protested against this new crime on the part of the aristocracy. Enormous protests in the principal industrial cities, protests in smaller cities where, if there was no strike, slogans calling for solidarity were taken up in favor of the parliamentary faction that was being pursued, protests by professional unions whose central organization is distinct from the Social Democratic Party, but that is connected to it by ties of profound sympathy. In its scope the movement has gone beyond the most optimistic predictions. We couldn't dare hope that the working class, that had suffered and suffers under an unheard terror on the part of the administration and the bosses, would once again accept the risks of a conflict breaking out in winter, in the Russian winter. The unions doubted of their success on the eve of the demonstrations. But an irresistible current of indignation swept over the Russian proletarian masses and, on the morning of December 5, in an orderly fashion in order not to give any pretext for police intervention the workers abandoned work to vote for resolutions condemning Tsarism. In several factories it was the women who took the initiative in the strike. The scope of this movement so troubled the powers that be that reprisals have begun. The arrests, expulsions, and blows are considerable. 3,000 workers in the railway shops have been thrown onto the streets. In order to resist the terror of the bosses and the administration, new strikes were started. The reactionary band is worried. Stolypin had declared a little while ago that the revolution was completely crushed. And this is what the ultra-reactionary Novi Vremya now admits. Can we seriously speak of the crushing of the revolution when in the capital 75,000 workers were able to demonstrate in favor of their republican opinions? At the time of the strike in St. Petersburg 2 other demonstrations occurred in the same city. At the Imperial Senate, before which the former deputies and officers had been brought, the accused called for public debate. Upon the refusal of their demands they left the High Court accompanied by their lawyers, crying, "Down with autocracy!" At Nicholas' unobtainable chamber, amidst the functionaries and the privileged who compose the Third Duma, a workers' deputy, modestly dressed Comrade Kosaratov arose and read the declaration of the Social Democratic faction. From the first words, condemning the fact, unprecedented in history, of the charging of deputies for having fulfilled their mandate, a frightful tumult was unloosed. One would have thought they were the petty nobles of the court of Versailles covering the voice of Garibaldi, so true is it that the morals of the elite of the privileged are always and everywhere the same. But the representative of the Russian proletariat didn't allow himself to be disconcerted. He hurled words of contempt at the shouters, and the Social Democratic faction left the hall. The iniquitous decision was rendered: the socialist deputies of the Second Duma were condemned to forced labor or exile in Siberia, thus augmenting the long list of victims of the revolution begun October 17, 1905. This new crime of Tsarism will not stop the march of events. In crushing the revolutionaries of December 1905, in pronouncing the dissolution of the First Duma, the autocracy thought it had finished off the revolution. Nevertheless, a few months later it saw rise up against it the extreme left of the Second Duma, which the subterfuges of the electoral law hadn't prevented from arriving there powerful and compact. After having fought in the streets through a strike, the revolutionary proletariat had made use of the legality granted by the Tsar to his subjects. And from the first sessions the revolution's elected representatives, despite the threats by the regime of courts-martial, showed what a class party knowing how to use the most miserable legality knows how to do. It is for this that when the liberal majority decided not to respond to the insultingly reactionary declaration of the imperial government, the Social Democrats knew how to break this conspiracy of silence in order to energetically condemn the imperial regime and declare, once and for all, that it would be neither through the Duma, nor through negotiations with the monarchy, but in the streets and by force that the fate of freedom in Russia will be decided. The Social Democrats have never ceased to react against the state of despair to which defeat cast the Russian people. They have fought for the rejection of the budget, against the increase in the army, for the trial of the killer police. They have used the tribunal of the Duma to activate the masses. They have brought down the wall that the government had wanted to put up between the voters and their representatives through the prohibition of the publication of the account of the sessions. The charges filed by the Fouquier Tinville of the counter-revolution, Procurator Comas Hansty, establish that the Social Democratic faction was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the center towards which converged, from all points of Russia, the hopes of the workers who remained faithful to the demands of October calling for a constituent and a democratic republic. The testimonies of solidarity of the soldiers and sailors who are brothers of the Russian people also went to this same center. Our deputies ceaselessly repeated that neither they, nor the Duma could emancipate the nation, and that it was up to the proletariat itself to take up the struggle again until complete satisfaction is gained. When last May 31 the Minister of Justice called for the lifting of parliamentary immunity for the Social Democratic faction, the leader of that faction, our comrade Cheritelli, responded, "We think that we have fulfilled our obligations as representatives of the people in telling the people that only its own action will save the cause of freedom. The government has resolved to take the arm of legality from the hands of the Social Democrats. It has delivered the parliamentary faction to the tribunal under the pretext of a conspiracy that never existed. It has illegally mutilated the electoral law. In order to deprive the proletariat of its legal arm, autocracy has smashed, by a coup d'état, its own legality. In order to purge the parliament of socialists, it walked all over parliamentary rights and violated the fundamental laws of the Constitution. It hopes in this way to render inoffensive the institution that the October Revolution tore from it. The proletariat having been pushed to the side, placed face to face with the reactionaries and the tremblers, the government hopes to re-establish absolute autocracy under the mask of a parliamentary regime. If despite it all a small social democratic faction has managed to cross the barriers of the Third Duma, the reactionary majority works to cover its voice with shouts. No matter what might happen, the events I just related show what revolutionary use can be made of legality by the socialist proletariat. They also show that by the action of December 5, that same legality having been smashed, the socialists know how to use other revolutionary means. In summary, they prove that for a vanguard party all arms are usable in the struggle for liberation. Julius Martov. Resolution to the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. 1917. First published in Novaya Zhizn, No. 163, October 26, November 8, 1917, p. 3. Translated by Emanuel Arensberg. Sources: The Menshevik Internationalists' Resolution in James Bunyan and H.H. Fisher, The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917–1918, Documents and Materials, Stanford University Press, London, H. Milford, Oxford University Press, 1934, pages 112–113. Russian original, National Library of Russia. Transcribed and marked up by Zdravko Savsky for the Marxists' Internet Archive. First session of the Second Congress of Soviets. On behalf of the Menshevik Internationalists, L. A. Martov introduced the following resolution. In view of the fact, 1. That the coup d'état, which placed all authority in Petrograd in the hands of the Military Revolutionary Committee on the eve of the opening of the Congress, was accomplished by the Bolshevik Party alone and by means of a military conspiracy. 2. That this d'état threatens to produce bloodshed, civil war, and the triumph of a counter-revolution which is likely to drown in blood the proletarian movement together with all the conquests of the revolution. 3. That the sole remedy which might still prevent the outbreak of civil war is an agreement between the insurgent part of the democracy and the remaining democratic organizations, having in view the formation of a democratic government acceptable to the whole revolutionary democracy and to whom the provisional government might hand over its authority without a struggle. The Menshevik group calls upon the Congress to resolve that it is absolutely necessary to end the crisis in a peaceful manner by forming a government composed of representatives of all the democratic elements. With this in view, the Menshevik Internationalist Group invites the Congress to appoint a delegation to enter into negotiations with the other organs of democracy and with all the socialist parties. Julius Martov. Marx and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. 1918. First published in Workers' International, Moscow 1918. Translated by Hermann Jerson. First published in English in International Review, New York 1938. Reprinted in J. Marto, The State and the Socialist Revolution, Limited Edition, London 1977, pages 49–56. Transcribed and marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Proofread, by Andy Karloff 2010. In her polemic against Edouard Bernstein, Rosa Luxemburg declared, quite correctly, that there never was any doubt for Marx and Engels about the necessity of having the proletariat conquer political power. However, the conditions under which this conquest was to be accomplished did not appear the same to Marx and Engels at different periods of their life. At the beginning of their activity, writes Koski in his Democracy or Dictatorship, Marx and Engels were greatly influenced by Blanquism, though they immediately adopted to it a critical attitude. The dictatorship of the proletariat to which they aspired in their first writings still showed some Blanquist features. This remark is not entirely accurate. If it is true that Marx, putting aside the petty bourgeois revolutionarism that colored the ideology and politics of Blanquism, recognized the Blanquists of 1848 to be a party representing the revolutionary French proletariat, it is no less true that there is nothing in their works to show that Marx and Engels found themselves at that time under the influence of Blanqui and his partisans. Koski is right when he points out that Marx and Engels always took toward the Blanquists a wholly critical attitude. It is undeniable that their first conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat arose under the influence of the Jacobin tradition of 1793, with which the Blanquists themselves were penetrated. The powerful historic example of the political dictatorship exercised during the Terror by the lower classes of the population of Paris served Marx and Engels as a point of departure in their reflection on the future conquest of political power by the proletariat. In 1895, in his preface to Class Struggles in France, Engels drew the balance of the experience that his friend and he had gathered in the revolutions of 1848 and 1871. The time has passed for revolutions accomplished through the sudden seizure of power by small conscious minorities at the head of unconscious masses. When he said this, Engels recognized that in the first period of their activity, the question for him and Marx was exactly that of the conquest of political power by a conscious minority at the head of unconscious masses. In other words, the problem that seemed to face them was the duplication, in the 19th century, of the experience of the Jacobin dictatorship, with the role of the Jacobins and the Cordeliers taken by the conscious revolutionary elements of the proletariat, supporting themselves on the confused social fermentation of the general population. By adroit politics, which, because of its knowledge of the practice and theory of scientific socialism, the vanguard would be able to carry on after its seizure of power, the broad proletarian masses would be introduced to the problems current on the day after the revolution and would thus be raised to the rank of conscious authors of historic action. Only such a conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat could permit Marx and Engels to expect that after a more or less prolonged lull, the revolution of 1848, which began as the last grapple between feudal society and the bourgeoisie and by the same internal conflicts occurring between the different layers of bourgeois society, would end in the historic victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. In 1895, Engels recognized the inconsistency of this conception. As soon as the situation calls for the total transformation of the social order, the masses must participate in it directly, and they must have an understanding of what is at stake and what must be won. This is what the history of the last half-century has taught us. That does not mean to say, however, that in 1848 Marx and Engels did not entirely realize what were the necessary historic premises of the socialist revolution. Not only did they recognize that the socialist transformation could only come at a very high level of capitalism, but they also denied the possibility of keeping political power in the bands of the proletariat in the case that this imperative condition did not first exist. In 1846, in his letter to M. Hess, W. Weitling described his break with Marx in the following words: "We arrived at the conclusion that there could be no question now of realizing communism in Germany, that first the bourgeoisie must come to power." The "we" refers to Marx and Engels, for Weitling says further on this question Marx and Engels had a very violent discussion with me. In October-November of 1847, Marx wrote on this subject with clear-cut definiteness in his article, Moralizing Criticism. If it is true that politically, that is to say with the help of the state, the bourgeoisie maintains the injustice of property relations, Heinzer's expression, it is no less true that it does not create them. The injustice of the property relations does not owe its origin in any way to the political domination of the bourgeois classes, but on the contrary, the domination of the bourgeoisie flows from the existing relations of production. For this reason, if the proletariat overthrows the political domination of the bourgeoisie, its victory will only be a point in the process of the bourgeois revolution itself and will serve the cause of the latter by aiding its further development. This happened in 1794, and will happen again as long as the march, the movement, of history will not have elaborated the material factors that will create the necessity of putting an end to the bourgeois methods of production, and, as a consequence, to the political domination of the bourgeoisie. Literary Heritage, Volume 2, p.512-513. Our emphasis. It appears therefore that Marx admitted the possibility of a political victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie at a point of historic development when the previously necessary conditions for a socialist revolution were not yet mature. But he stressed that such a victory would be transitory, and he predicted with the prescience of genius that a conquest of political power by the proletariat that is premature from the historic viewpoint would only be a point in the process of the bourgeois revolution itself. We conclude that, In the case of a notably premature conquest of power, Marx would consider it obligatory of the conscious elements of the proletariat to pursue a policy that takes into consideration the fact that such a conquest represents objectively only a point in the process of the bourgeois revolution itself and will serve the latter by aiding its further development. He would expect a policy leading the proletariat to limit voluntarily the position and the solution of the revolutionary problems. For the proletariat can score a victory over the bourgeoisie, and not for the bourgeoisie, only when the march of history will have elaborated the material factors that create the necessity, not merely the objective possibility. Martov, of putting an end to the bourgeois methods of production. The following words of Marx explain in what sense a passing victory of the proletariat can become a point in the process of the bourgeois revolution. By its bludgeon blows the reign of terror cleansed the surface of France, as if by a miracle, of all the feudal ruins. With its timorous caution, the bourgeoisie would not have managed this task in several decades. Therefore, the bloody acts of the people merely served to level the root of the bourgeoisie. The reign of terror in France was the momentary domination of the democratic petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat over all the possessing deuses, including the authentic bourgeoisie. Marx indicates very definitely that such a momentary domination cannot be the starting point of a socialist transformation, unless the material factors rendering this transformation indispensable will have first been worked out. One might say that Marx wrote this specially for the benefit of those people who consider the simple fact of a fortuitous conquest of power by the democratic small bourgeoisie and the proletariat as proof of the maturity of society for the socialist revolution. But it may also be said that he wrote this specially for the benefit of those socialists who believe that never in the course of a revolution that is bourgeois in its objectives can there occur a possibility permitting the political power to escape from the hands of the bourgeoisie and pass to the democratic masses. One may say that Marx wrote this also for the benefit of those socialists who consider utopian the mere idea of such a displacement of power and who do not realize that this phenomenon is only a point in the process of the bourgeois revolution itself, that it is a factor assuring, under certain conditions, the most complete and radical suppression of the obstacles rising in the way of this bourgeois revolution. The European Revolution of 1848 did not lead to the conquest of political power by the proletariat. Soon after the June days, Marx and Engels began to realize that the historic conditions for such a conquest were not yet ripe. However, they continued to overestimate the pace of historic development and expected, as we know, a new revolutionary assault shortly after, even before the last wave of the tempest of 1848 had died away. They found new factors that seemed to favor the possibility of having political power pass into the hands of the proletariat, not only in the experience gathered by the latter in the class combats during the mad year but also in the evolution undergone by the small bourgeoisie, which seemed to be pushed irresistibly to a solid union with the proletariat. In his class struggles in France and later in the 18th Brumaire, Marx noted the movement of the small democratic bourgeoisie of the cities toward the proletariat, a movement that took definite form by 1848. And in the second of the indicated works, he announced the probability of similar movement on the part of the small peasants, hitherto deceived by the dictatorship of Napoleon III, whose principal creators and strongest support they were. The interests of the peasants, he wrote, are no longer confused with those of the bourgeoisie and capital, as was the case under Napoleon I. On the contrary, they are antagonistic. That is why the peasants now find a natural ally and guide in the city proletariat, whose destiny it is to overthrow the bourgeois order. The 18th Brumaire, German edition, p.102. Thus the proletariat apparently no longer bad to wait to become the absolute majority in order to win political power. It had grown large as a result of the development of capitalism, and it benefited besides by the support of the small property holders of the city and country whom the pinched chances of making a living moved away from the capitalist bourgeoisie. When, after an interruption of 20 years, the revolutionary process was revived to end in the Paris Commune, it was in this new fact that Marx thought he saw an opportunity favoring the solution of the last uprising by the effective and solid dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx wrote in Civil War in France. Here was the first revolution in which the working class was acknowledged as the only class capable of social initiative, even by the great bulk of the Paris middle class, shopkeepers, tradesmen, merchants, and at 11, the wealthy capitalists alone excepted. This mass, belonging to the Third Estate, had assisted in 1848, in crushing the workers' insurrection, and soon after, without the least ceremony, was sacrificed to their creditors by the then Constituent Assembly. This mass now felt it was necessary for it to choose between the Commune and the Empire. After the errant band of Bonapartist courtiers and capitalists had fled Paris, the true Third Estate party of order, taking the shape of the Republican Union, took its place under the flag of the Commune and defended the latter against tiers calumnies. Civil War in France, Russian edition, Burevestnik, pages 36-37. Already in 1845, at the time when he was only groping his way to socialism, Marx indicated in his introduction to the criticism of Hegel's philosophy of law the necessary conditions permitting a revolutionary class to lay claim to a position of dominance in society. For that, it must be recognized by all the masses oppressed under the existing regime as the liberating class par excellence. This situation is possible when the class against which the struggle is led becomes in the eyes of the masses the oppressing class par excellence. In 1848 the situation certainly did not exist. The decomposition of small property was not yet far enough advanced. The situation appeared quite different in 1871. By that time, Marx and Engels had undoubtedly freed themselves from the influence of the Jacobin tradition and, therefore, from their conception of the dictatorship of a conscious minority acting at the head of unconscious, not understanding, masses, that is, masses which are simply in revolt, J.M. It is precisely on the fact that the wine small property holders grouped themselves knowingly around the socialist proletariat that the two great theoreticians of scientific socialism based their forecast of the outcome of the Parisian insurrection, which, as we know, began against their wishes. They were correct concerning the city petty bourgeoisie, at least, that of Paris. Contrary to what happened after the June days, the massacre of the communards in the month of May, 1871 was not the work of the entire bourgeois society but only of the big capitalists. The small bourgeoisie participated neither in putting down the commune nor in the reactionary orgy that followed. Marx and Engels were, however, much less correct concerning the peasants. In Civil War, Marx expressed the opinion that only the isolation of Paris and the short life of the commune had kept the peasants from joining with the proletarian revolution. Pursuing the thread of reasoning of which 18th Brumaire is the beginning, he said, "The peasant was a Bonapartist, because the great revolution, with all its benefits to him, was in his eyes, personified in Napoleon. Under the Second Empire this delusion had almost entirely disappeared. This prejudice of the past could not withstand the appeal of the commune which called to the living interests, the urgent wants of the peasantry. The worthy rurals knew full well that if the Paris of the commune could communicate freely with the departments, provinces, there would be a general rising of the peasants within 3 months." Page 38. The history of the Third Republic has demonstrated that Marx was mistaken on this point. In the 70s, the peasants, as, moreover, a large part of the urban petty bourgeoisie in the provinces, were still far from a break with capital and the bourgeoisie. They were still far from recognizing the latter as the oppressing class, far from considering the proletariat as the liberating class and confiding to it the direction of their movement. In 1895 in his preface to Class Struggles, Engels had to state, it was shown again, 20 years after the events of 1848 to 1851, that the power of the working class was not possible, because France had not supported Paris. Engels gave also as a cause of the defeat, the absence of unity in the very ranks of the revolting proletariat, which, in proof of its insufficient revolutionary maturity, led it to waste its strength in a sterile struggle between the Blanquists and Proudhonians. But no matter what was the error in Marx's evaluation, he succeeded in outlining very clearly the problems of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The commune, he said, was the true representative of all the healthy elements of French society, and therefore the truly national government. Civil War, page 38, emphasis by Martov. According to Marx, the dictatorship of the proletariat does not consist in the crushing by the proletariat of all non-proletarian classes in society. On the contrary, according to Marx, it means the welding to the proletariat of all the healthy elements of society, all except the rich capitalists, all except the class against which the historic struggle of the proletariat is directed. Both in its composition and in its tendencies, the government of the Commune was a working men's government. But this government was an expression of the dictatorship of the proletariat not because it was imposed by violence on a non-proletarian majority. It did not arise that way. On the contrary, the government of the Commune was a proletarian dictatorship because those workers and those acknowledged representatives of the working class had received the power from the majority itself. Marx stressed the fact that the Commune was formed of municipal councillors, chosen by universal suffrage in various wards of the city. By suppressing those organs of the old governmental power which merely served to oppress the people, the Commune divested of its legal functions an authority that claims to be above society itself, and put those functions in the hands of the responsible servants of the people. The people organized in communes, outside of Paris, was called on to use universal suffrage just as any employer uses his individual right to choose workers, managers, accountants in his business. The completely democratic constitution of the Paris Commune, based on universal suffrage, on the immediate recall of every office holder by the simple decision of his electors, on the suppression of bureaucracy and the armed force as opposed to the people, on the electiveness of all offices, that is what constitutes, according to Marx, the essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He never thinks of opposing such a dictatorship to democracy. Already in 1847, in his first draft of the Communist Manifesto, Engels wrote, the proletarian revolution, will establish first of all the democratic administration of the state and will thus install, directly or indirectly, the political domination of the proletariat. Directly, in England, where the proletariat forms the majority of the population. Indirectly, in France and in Germany, where the majority of the population is not composed only of proletarians but also of small peasants and small bourgeois, who are only now beginning to pass into the proletariat and whose political interests fall more and more under the influence of the proletariat. The Principles of Communism, Russian translation under the editorship of Zinoviev, p.22. The first step in the revolution, by the working class, declares the manifesto, is to raise the proletariat to the position of a ruling class, to win the battle of democracy. Between the elevation of the proletariat to the position of a ruling class and the conquest of democracy, Marx and Engels put an equal sign. They understood the application of this political power by the proletariat only in the forms of a total democracy. In the measure that Marx and Engels became convinced that the socialist revolution could only be accomplished with the support of the majority of the population accepting knowingly the positive program of socialism, so their conception of a class dictatorship lost its Jacobin content. But what is the positive substance of the notion of the dictatorship once it has been modified in this manner? Exactly that which is formulated with great precision in the program of our party, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a program drafted at a time when the theoretic discussion provoked by Bernsteinism led Marxists to polish and define with care certain expressions which had obviously lost their exact meaning with long usage in the daily political struggle. The program of the Social Democratic Labour Party of Russia was the only official program of a labor party that defined the idea of the conquest of political power by the proletariat in the terms of a class dictatorship. Bernstein, Jors and other critics of Marxism insisted on giving the expression, dictatorship of the proletariat, the Blanquist definition of power held by an organized minority and resting on violence exercised by this minority over the majority. For this reason the authors of the Russian program were obliged to fix as narrowly as possible the limits of this political idea. They did that by declaring that the dictatorship of the proletariat is the power used by the proletariat to crush all resistance which the exploiting class might oppose to the realization of the socialist and revolutionary transformation. Simply that. An effective force concentrated in the state, which can thus realize the conscious will of the majority despite the resistance of an economically powerful minority, here is the dictatorship of the proletariat. It can be nothing else than that in light of the teachings of Marx. Not only must such a dictatorship adapt itself to a democratic regime, but it can only exist in the framework of democracy, that is, under conditions where there is the full exercise of absolute political equality on the part of all citizens. Such a dictatorship can only be conceived in a situation where the proletariat has effectively united about itself all the healthy elements of the nation, that is, all those that cannot but benefit by the revolutionary transformation inscribed in the program of the proletariat. It can only be established when historic development will have brought all the healthy elements to recognize the advantage to them of this transformation. The government embodying such a dictatorship will be, in the full sense of the term, a national government. Yuliy Osipovich Martov. Down with the death penalty. June/July 1918. Source: http://www.uea.ac.uk/his/webcourse/Russia/documents. First published, U.O. Martov, EDSSV Tyotayukin, OV Volobyov, I.Kh. Uralov, Izberno, Moscow, 2000, pages 373-383. The endnotes are based on those supplied by D.B. Pavlov and V.L. Telitsin on pages 525-526. Translated, for Marxists.org in 2004 by Francis King. Marked up by Andy Blunden and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Moscow, end of June, beginning of July 1918. With these words, comrade workers, you took to the streets on many occasions in the accursed days of Tsarism. These words were written on your glorious red flags. These words resounded during the great days of February 1917, when the yoke of age-old oppression was broken and the government of the revolution first pronounced, the death penalty is abolished. In July 1917, when an attempt was made to restore the death penalty for the worst offenders against the people, for deserters from the battlefield, marauders and spies for foreign states, you protested against the restoration of the death penalty. You did so not out of sympathy for deserters or marauders, but because you realized the full extent of the danger to the people posed by the resurrection of the death penalty, even if only for the worst and proven criminals. And when you protested in 1917 against the restitution of the death penalty, at your head stood those very people who are now ruling Russia. The Bolshevik Party at that time called upon you not to allow the restoration of the death penalty even for spies, even for traitors, deserters, and marauders. At that time that party told you that the death penalty, under all circumstances, for whatever crime, was savage barbarism which brought shame upon humanity. That Bolshevik Party told you that socialists reject the death penalty, they reject the cold-blooded killing of unarmed criminals no longer capable of harm, they reject turning civilians into executioners, carrying out on court orders the foul business of depriving human beings, albeit criminal ones, of that greatest gift, life. That Bolshevik Party told you then, so the Christian Church, professing a religion of love for thy neighbor, hypocritically justifies the murder of a person by the state authorities and the state courts when it suits it. Socialism will never stoop to such hypocrisy, and will never use its religion, the religion of fraternity of working people, to sanctify the cannibalistic principle of the death penalty. Thus spake the present rulers of Russia. And, on taking power in October, at the Second Congress of Soviets they decreed, the death penalty is abolished, even at the front. These were their words, comrade workers, which you applauded, with which they bought your affection and your trust. You saw in them bold revolutionary fighters, ready to die for their ideas, and ready to kill their enemies in open battle for these ideas. but they could not be executioners, killing neutralized, already defeated, disarmed and defenseless criminals after a mock trial. Such were their words, comrade workers. Now you can see their deeds. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as they had taken power, on the very first day after they had announced the abolition of the death penalty, they started to kill. They killed prisoners taken after battle in a civil war, just as all savages do. They killed their enemies who had surrendered after battle on the promise that their lives would be spared. This is what happened during the October days, when the Bolshevik Smitovich gave a written promise to spare the lives of those Junkers who surrendered, and then allowed the prisoners to be beaten to death one by one. Thus it was in Mogilev, where General Dukhanin surrendered to Krylenko, who in turn offered Dukhanin no protection as he was torn limb from limb before his very eyes. 2. The murderers remained unpunished. Thus it was in Kiev, in Rostov, and in many other towns as they were taken by Bolshevik troops. Thus it was in Sevastopol, in Simferopol, in Yalta, in Evpatoria, in Feodosia, where gangs of thugs massacred supposed counter-revolutionaries on the basis of lists, without any investigation or trial, not sparing even women or underage children. After all these lynchings and reprisals, organized either at the instigation or with the connivance of the Bolsheviks, killings began to take place on the direct orders of the organs of Bolshevik power. The death penalty had been declared abolished, but in every town, in every province various extraordinary commissions, chaikas and military revolutionary committees were ordering the shooting of hundreds upon hundreds of people. Some were killed as counter-revolutionaries, others as speculators, and yet others as robbers. No court established whether those sentenced were really guilty. Nobody can tell whether the person executed was really guilty of conspiracy, speculation, or robbery, or whether somebody ordered him killed in order to settle personal scores and satisfy a desire for revenge. How many innocent people have been killed like that all over Russia? With the silent approval of the Council of People's Commissars, nameless individuals are sitting in chaikas passing death sentences. Among these individuals we sometimes discover criminals, bribe takers, people themselves on the run from the law, and former Tsarist provocateurs. Often, as in the case of the 6 Petrograd students executed by firing squad, we cannot even discover who precisely pronounced the death sentence. Human life has become cheap. It is cheaper than the paper on which the executioner writes the order to destroy it. It is cheaper than the increased bread rations, for which a hired murderer is ready to send a person to the next world on the orders of the first villain who seizes power. This bloody debauchery is being carried out in the name of socialism, in the name of that teaching which proclaimed the brotherhood of working people the highest goal of humanity. This debauchery is being carried out in your name, Russian worker. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Having massacred tens of thousands of people without trial, the Bolsheviks have now resorted to passing death sentences in court. They created a new Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal to try enemies of Soviet power. At its very first session this new tribunal passed its first death sentence, which was carried out 10 hours later. When they established this tribunal, the Bolsheviks did not declare that it would have the right to pronounce death sentences in spite of the decision of the Congress of Soviets to abolish the death penalty. They hid their vile plan from the people. This plan was to create a court-martial, which, like Stolypin's, was supposed to send those who displeased the Bolshevik party into the next world. Like thieves in the night, they smuggled in the death penalty, abolished by the Second Congress of Soviets. Sensing that shootings on chaika orders and mob law were earning them the hatred of the entire people, they decided to precede executions by a pretense at a trial, supposedly to consider the guilt of the accused prior to execution. But it is all a pretense, comrades. These courts do not exist. Look at how they judged Captain Shchostny. 3. He was accused of conspiring against Soviet power. Captain Shchostny denied his guilt. He asked to call witnesses, including those Bolshevik commissars who were supposed to be keeping an eye on him. Who could know better than they whether he was really intriguing against Soviet power? the tribunal denied him the right to call witnesses. It denied him the very right that any court, apart from Stolypin's courts-martial, grants to even the most serious criminal. And this was a question of a man's life or death. It was a question of the life or death of a man who had earned the trust and love of those who served under him, the sailors of the Baltic fleet, who protested against his arrest. This man had rendered the people a great service by accomplishing a difficult feat. He withdrew all the ships of the Baltic fleet from Helsinki, thereby saving them from the Finnish White Guards. But it was not the Finnish White Guards, nor the German imperialists, who shot this man in anger. He was executed by Russian socialists, or by people who like to call themselves such, Messrs. Medvedev, Bruno, Karelin, Veslovsky, and Peterson, the judges of the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal. Shchostny was denied the right granted to any thief or murderer, the right to call witnesses to court. Not one of his witnesses was allowed to appear. But the court heard a witness for the prosecution. And that witness was Trotsky. It was that same Trotsky who, as Commissar for Army and Naval Affairs, had arrested Shchostny. It was that same Trotsky who, as a member of the Council of People's Commissars, had ordered that Shchostny be tried by the Supreme Tribunal, created for pronouncing death sentences. And in court Trotsky behaved not as a witness, but as a prosecutor. As a prosecutor he declared, "This man is guilty, condemn him." Having first gagged the man by forbidding him to call witnesses able to refute these accusations. One does not need to be very brave to fight one's enemies like that, already bound and gagged. Nor does one need to be very honest or honorable. No, that is not a court, it is a mockery of a court. It is not a court, when sentence is passed by judge bureaucrats who are dependent upon the authorities. In the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal there are no jurors from the general public, there are only state officials, drawing their salaries from the state treasury, which is in the hands of Trotsky and other people's commissars. It is not a court, when the accused is not allowed to call witnesses in his defense. It is not a court, when a representative of the highest authorities appears, masquerading as a witness, and orders the judges as a member of the government, crucify him. And this non-court pronounced the death sentence, which was speedily carried out before people, revolted and shocked by this order to murder, could do anything to save the victim. Under Nikolai Romanov it was sometimes possible, by pointing to the monstrous harshness of the sentence, to prevent it being carried out and rescue the victim from the executioner's clutches. Under Vladimir Ulyanov even that is impossible. The men and women at the head of the Bolshevik party were sleeping soundly, while somewhere, in the quiet of the night, the first person condemned by their court was being killed. Nobody knew who was doing the killing or how. As under the Tsars, the names of the executioners are hidden from the people. Nobody knows whether Trotsky, having personally conducted this entire juridical comedy from beginning to end, turned up in person to observe and direct the execution. Or maybe he too slept soundly, dreaming that the world proletariat was lauding him as the liberator of humanity, as the leader of the world's socialist revolution? Because it was in the name of socialism, in your name, proletarians, that these blind lunatics and vainglorious idiots carried out this blood-drenched comedy of cold-blooded murder. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The beast has tasted warm human blood. The murder machine has been started up. Messrs. Medvedev, Bruno, Peterson, Veslovsky, and Karelin have rolled up their sleeves and set to work as butchers. We have already seen the first example, and now the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal will be dispatching to the next world anyone that the Bolshevik Party wishes to deprive of their life. It will turn as many people into corpses as conscientious bureaucrats working an 8-hour day can manage. It has begun with an officer, who can be presented to the ignorant masses as an enemy of the people, as a counter-revolutionary. Soon it will be the turn of everyone who tries to open the masses' eyes to the criminal and ruinous nature of the order the Bolsheviks have created. There are already hundreds of workers and peasants, hundreds of socially useful workers, numerous social democrats and socialist revolutionaries languishing in Bolshevik prisons and torture chambers. for a word of criticism, for a word of protest, for openly expressing their convictions, for defending the interests of workers and peasants. These people are locked up under guard. Sometimes, in a display of savage mob law, they have been killed without any cause. Now every one of them can pass through the courtroom of the Supreme Tribunal on their way to the next world. For reprisals against all opponents of the Bolshevik Party, to eliminate socialists and recalcitrant workers and peasants, the Stolypin courts-martial and the death penalty have been reintroduced. But bloodshed gives rise to more bloodshed. The political terror the Bolsheviks introduced in October has saturated the air above the fields of Russia with bloody fumes. The civil war is becoming ever more cruel, people are becoming ever more savage and bestial, and the great precepts of genuine humanity, which socialism always taught, are being increasingly forgotten. In those places where Bolshevik power has been overthrown by the masses or by armed force, the same terror is beginning to be used against the Bolsheviks as they had been employing against their enemies. The followers of Dutov, Semyonov, and Alexeyev, the Ukrainian Haydomaki, the troops of Skoropadsky and Krasnov, and Drozdovsky's detachments are all hanging and shooting. Peasants and landlords, having toppled their local Bolshevik Soviets, treat their members with the greatest cruelty. People are becoming more bestial on both sides, and the full weight of responsibility for this rests on that party, which in the name of socialism blasphemously sanctified the cold-blooded execution of unarmed prisoners, which hypocritically protests against White Guard executions in Finland while Russian soil is being drenched in the blood of the victims of firing squads. The increasing cruelty of the civil war can already be seen in covert killings. The Bolshevik Commissar Volodarsky was murdered, the unfortunate victim of the mutual hatred sown by government terror. 4 and 2 days later a Red Army soldier killed an old worker, the Social Democrat Menshevik Vasiliev V, who had given many years honest service to the workers' cause. It is possible Vasiliev was murdered by a man angered by the killing of Volodarsky, who wished to avenge it upon the first opponent he encountered. The Social Democratic Workers' Party has always opposed political killings, whether carried out by state executioners or voluntary avengers. It spoke out against them even when revolutionaries killed Tsarist secret policemen. It taught the working class that it would not improve its lot by murdering people, even the worst enemies of the people, but by changing fundamentally the entire political structure, all the conditions which give rise to oppression and violence. And now the party warns workers and peasants driven to despair by the violence of the Bolshevik authorities, do not seek revenge against individual commissars and individual Bolsheviks, do not go down the road of killings, do not take the lives of your enemies, but content yourselves instead with removing power from them, the power you gave them in the first place. We Social Democrats are opposed to all terror, both from above and from below. For this reason we are also against the death penalty, this extreme weapon of terror, to which all rulers resort to frighten people when they have lost their trust. The struggle against the death penalty was inscribed on the banners of all those who struggled for the freedom and happiness of the Russian people, all those who struggled for socialism. The history of the Russian people, so filled with suffering, sanctified the gallows and the scaffold, surrounding them with an aura of martyrdom. The best people in Russia climbed the steps of the scaffold or faced the rifles of the firing squads. Lev Tolstoy, Korolenko, Maxim Gorky and countless artists denounced the soulless business of killing a bound and unarmed man in the name of the law. And now we have a party which calls itself revolutionary, workers and socialist, which has encroached upon the Russian people's sacred loathing for the death penalty. It has the impudence to restore the executioner to his place among the highest officers of state power. It has inherited from Tsarism the bloody religion of judicial murder, in the name of state interests. Shame on revolutionaries, whose executions justify those carried out by Nikolai and his ministers, and which were cursed by generations of the Russian people. Shame on people, whose quick-firing courts erase the mark of shame from Stolypin's vile, hateful courts-martial. Shame on a party which uses the title socialist to sanctify the foul trade of the executioner. The International Socialist Congress in Copenhagen in 1910 resolved to fight against the barbarous death penalty in all countries. International socialism recognized that socialists should never, under any circumstances, reconcile themselves to that cold-blooded murder of unarmed people on state orders, known as the death penalty. This resolution, comrades, was signed by all the current leaders of the Bolshevik Party: Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, Kamenev, Radek, Lunacharsky. I saw them there, in Copenhagen, raising their hands in favor of a resolution declaring war on the death penalty. Later, in July last year, I saw them in Petrograd protesting against the application of the death penalty, even in wartime, even against traitors. I see them now using the death penalty right and left, against bourgeois and workers, against peasants and officers. I see them demanding that their underlings do not stop to count the victims, but that they should use the death penalty as widely as possible against the opponents of Bolshevik power. I see how, like thieves in the night, they have crept in to set up a special court for pronouncing death sentences, a machine for murder. And I say to these Bolshevik judges, you are vile cheats and perjurers. You deceived the Workers' International. You supported the demand to abolish the death penalty everywhere, but you reintroduced it once power had fallen into your hands. You are deceiving the workers of Russia when you bring in the death penalty, hiding from them the fact that it was condemned by the Workers' International as savage barbarism and foul bestiality arising from the bourgeois order. You are deceiving those unfortunate Latvians and Red Army men when you send them to execute people tied hand and foot, concealing from them that the Workers' International, in whose name you claim to rule, forbade such foul deeds. You, Rakovsky and Radek, deceived the Western European workers when you told them that you were traveling to Russia to struggle for the socialist cause, a cause of the highest humanity. You deceived the Western European workers when you told them you were taking the lantern of socialism to backward Russia. In reality you came here to cultivate that ancient barbarism fostered by the Tsars, to burn incense on the old Russian altar of human sacrifice, to increase contempt for other human lives to an extent unheard of even in our savage country, to organize executions all over Russia. You, A.V. Lunacharsky, you who love to stand before the workers and extol in ringing terms the magnificence of the socialist ideal and the universal humanity of socialist teaching, you who roll your eyes to the heavens and sing the praises of the brotherhood of man in the socialist order, you, who denounce the hypocrisy of the Christian religion for sanctifying murder and who evangelize the new religion of proletarian socialism, you are thrice a liar, thrice a Pharisee when you take a rest from the intoxication of your vulgar phrases and join Lenin and Trotsky in organizing judicial and extrajudicial murder. All of you who signed up to the International's agreement on the struggle against the death penalty, all of you who beat your path to power with promises to the working class to abolish the death penalty once and forever, all of you are vile bankrupts, worthy of nothing but contempt. ******. I cannot remain silent, declared that grand old man Lev Tolstoy when he heard of the daily executions carried out on the orders of Stolypin's courts. Russian workers. Lev Nikolaevich Tolstoy did not call on you to remain silent at this time, when the executioner is once again a central figure of Russian life. Karl Marx, whose memory you recently honored, did not call on you to remain silent. The great teacher of socialism was a sworn enemy of all that barbarism we had inherited from ages past. The executioner's bloody work, carried out in the name of socialism, in the name of the proletariat, is a desecration of his memory. We must not remain silent. As you judge, so shall you be judged. Tomorrow the insanity of Bolshevism will have exhausted the democratic forces and will be replaced by that very counter-revolution it has been preparing. Tomorrow the same horrors may begin in Russia as have been happening in Finland, where any workers, any socialists can be slaughtered like wild animals. And woe to us if we protest about violence against workers and demand that the workers' lives and honor be defended against tyranny, only to be told by the bourgeoisie, you, workers, approved the same sort of violence, the same sort of executions. You kept silent about them. But we need not wait long for that moment. At this very moment counter-revolution, protected by German bayonets, rules the roost on the Don, in the Crimea, in the Ukraine, and in the Baltic provinces. And every volley from Bolshevik rifles, shooting the opponents of Bolshevik power here, will be echoed tenfold by other rifles executing local revolutionary workers and peasants. And both the local counter-revolutionaries, and the German commanders will say in response to workers' protests, "We are doing it the Bolshevik way." The execution of one Captain Shchostny by the Bolsheviks will pave the way to the murder of tens of workers and peasants in the south and west of Russia. Because bloodshed breeds more bloodshed. The working class must cry stop, to this river of blood. The working class must declare loudly and as one to the whole world that this terror, this barbarism of execution after trial, and this cannibalism of execution without trial has nothing to do with the Russian proletariat. To your rulers, who lost your trust long ago and rely now on naked force, you must say that they are perjurers, who have violated their own solemn promises, that the working class rejects as outcasts all those involved in the business of death sentences, all executioners, executioners' assistants, and those that inspire them. To those workers who still belong to the Bolshevik Communist Party, a party of judicial and extrajudicial murder, you must say that they have no place in the workers' ranks, as they all bear responsibility for the blood shed by the executioners. Say that to them and show it in practice by cutting off all comradely relations with them and treating them as plague-ridden outcasts, just as you always did to the pogromists from the Union of the Russian people. The party of death sentences is as much an enemy of the working class as the party of pogroms. Let all those ignorant, blinded, and debauched sons of the working class who have been bought see, that the family of the proletariat will never forgive them their participation in the business of execution. Let all those who have not yet lost their socialist outlook make haste to distance themselves from the Medvedevs and Stukas, the Krylenkos and Trotskys, Dzerzhinskys and Sverdlovs, from all those who are in charge of wholesale and individual murder. We must not remain silent. For the honor of the working class, for the honor of socialism and the revolution, for our duty to our motherland and the Workers' International, for the principles of humanity, for our hatred of autocracy's gallows, for the beloved memory of our martyred fighters for freedom, let the mighty call of the working class resound across all Russia. Down with the death penalty. Let the people judge the executioner cannibals. U. Martov. Julius Martov. Decomposition or Conquest of the State. 1919. Written in 1919. Introductory section published in Sozialistische Westnik, Berlin, July 8 and September 1, 1921. The whole article appeared for the first time in Mировой Bolshevism, Berlin 1923. Translated by Hermann Gerson. Originally published in English in International Review, New York 1938. Republished in J. Martov, The State and the Socialist Revolution, Limited Edition, London 1977, pages 27-48. Transcribed and marked up by Enda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Marx and the State. The very partisans of the pure Soviet system, an expression current in Germany, do not themselves realize, as a rule, that the cause which is fundamentally served by the methods of contemporary Bolshevism is the organization of a minority dictatorship. On the contrary, they usually begin by looking around sincerely for political instruments that might best express the genuine will of the majority. They arrive at Sovietism only after repudiating the instrument of universal suffrage, because it does not seem to furnish the solution they are seeking. Psychologically, the most characteristic thing about the rush of the extreme leftists toward Sovietism is their desire to jump over the historic inertia of the masses. Dominating their logic, however, is the idea that Soviets constitute a new, finally discovered, political mode. This, they say, is the specific instrument of the class rule of the proletariat, just as the democratic republic is according to them the specific instrument of the rule of the bourgeoisie. The idea that the working class can only come to power by using social forms that are absolutely different, even in principle, from those assumed by the power of the bourgeoisie, has existed since the dawn of the revolutionary labor movement. We find it, for example, in the fearless propaganda of the immediate predecessors of the Chartist movement, the construction worker James Morrison and his friend, the weaver James Smith. At the time when the advanced workers of the period were only beginning to conceive the idea that there was the need of seizing political power and to win universal suffrage in order to accomplish the latter, Smith was already writing in his journal, The Crisis, April 12, 1834. We shall have a real House of Commons. We have never yet had a House of Commons. The only House of Commons is a House of Trades, and that is only beginning to be formed. We shall have a new set of boroughs when the unions are organized, every trade shall be a borough, and every trade shall have a council of representatives to conduct its affairs. Our present commoners know nothing of the interests of the people, and care not for them. The character of the reformed parliament is now blasted, and like a character of a woman when lost, is not easily recovered. It will be replaced with a House of Trades. 1. Morrison wrote in his publication, The Pioneer, May 31, 1834. The growing power and growing intelligence of the trade unions, when properly managed, will draw into its vortex all the commercial interests of the country, and, in so doing, it will become, by its own self-acquired importance, a most influential, we might almost say dictatorial, part of the body politic. When this happens, we have gained all that we want, we have gained universal suffrage, for if every member of the Union be a constituent, and the Union itself becoming a vital member of the state, it instantly erects itself into a House of Trades which must supply the place of the present House of Commons, and direct industrial affairs of the country, according to the will of the trades that compose the associations of industry. With us, universal suffrage will begin in our lodges, extend to the general union, embrace the management of trade, and finally swallow up the political power. 2. Substitute Soviet for Union, Executive Committee, ISPOCOM, for Council of Representatives, Soviet Congress for House of Trades, and you have a draft of the Soviet system established on the basis of productive cells. In his polemic against the trade union conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat, B. O'Brien, who later headed the Chartists, wrote, Universal suffrage does not signify meddling with politics, but the rule of the people in the state and municipality, a government therefore in favor of the working man. 3. Basing itself largely on the experience of the revolutionary labor movement in England, the 1848 Communism Scientific Socialism of Marx and Engels, identified the problem of the conquest of state power by the proletariat with that of the organization of a rational democracy. The Communist Manifesto declared, we have already seen that the first step in the working class revolution is raising the proletariat to the position of a ruling class, the conquest of democracy. According to Lenin, the manifesto poses the question of the state still extremely in the abstract and employing ideas and expressions that are quite general, State and Revolution, page 29, Russian ed. The problem of the conquest of state power is presented more concretely in the 18th Brumaire. Its concretization is completed in Civil War in France, written after the experience of the Paris Commune. Lenin is of the opinion that, in the course of this development, Marx has been led precisely to that conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat which forms today the basis of Bolshevism. In 1852, in 18th Brumaire, Marx wrote, every previous revolution has brought the machinery of state to a greater perfection instead of breaking it up. On the 12th of April 1871, in a letter to Kugelmann, he formulated his viewpoint on the problem of revolution as follows. If you look at the last chapter of my 18th Brumaire, you will see that I declare the next attempt of the French Revolution to be not merely to hand over, from one set to another, the bureaucratic and military machine, as was the case up to now, but to shatter it. That is precisely the preliminary condition of any real people's revolution on the continent. It is exactly this that constitutes the attempt of our heroic Parisian comrades. In this spirit, Marx declared, civil war in France, that the commune was a republic that was not merely to suppress the monarchic form of class domination but the class state itself. What was then the commune? It was an attempt to bring about the effective and rational establishment of a democratic state by destroying the military and bureaucratic state apparatus. It was an attempt to establish a state based entirely on the power of the people. As long as he speaks of the destruction of the bureaucracy, the police, and permanent army, as long as he speaks of the electiveness and recall of all officials, of the broadest autonomy possible in local administration, of the centralization of all power in the hands of the people's representatives, thus doing away with the gap between the legislative and executive departments of the government, and replacing the talking parliament with a working institution, as long as he speaks of all of this in his defense of the commune, Marx remains faithful to the conception of the social revolution he presented in the Communist Manifesto, in which the dictatorship of the proletariat is identified with the conquest of democracy. He therefore remains quite logical with himself when in his letter to Kugelmann, quoted above, he stresses that the destruction of the bureaucratic and military machine is the preliminary condition of any real people's revolution on the continent. Our emphasis. On this point, it is interesting to compare the experience gathered by Marx and Engels from the events of 1848 with the conclusions drawn by Herzen. In his letters from France and Italy, Herzen wrote, "When universal suffrage is found alongside the monarchic organization of the state, when it is found alongside that absurd separation of power so glorified by the partisans of constitutional forms, when it is found alongside a religious conception of representation, alongside a police centralization of the entire state in the hands of a cabinet, then universal suffrage is an optical illusion and has about as much value as the equality preached by Christianity. It is not enough to assemble once a year, elect a deputy, and then return home to resume the passive role of administered subjects. The entire social hierarchy should be based on universal suffrage. The local community should elect its government and the department, province, its own. All proconsuls, made sacred by the mystery of ministerial unction, ought to be done away with. Only then will the people be able to exercise effectively all their rights and proceed intelligently with the election of their representatives to a central parliament. The bourgeois republicans, quite on the contrary, wanted to maintain the cities and municipalities in complete dependence on the executive power and applied the democratic idea of universal suffrage to only one civic act." Herzen, Works, Pavlankov ed., Volume 5, pages 122-123. In other words, Herzen, like Marx, denounced the pseudo-democratic bourgeois republic in the name of a republic that was genuinely democratic. And like Herzen, Marx rose against universal suffrage to the extent that it was no more than a deceptive appendix attached to the monarchic organization of the state, a legacy of the past. He opposed it because he was for a state organization built from top to bottom on universal suffrage and the sovereignty of the people. Commenting on Marx's idea, Lenin observes, State and Revolution, page 367, Russian ed. This could be conceived in 1871, when England was still the pattern of a purely capitalist country, without a military machine and, in a large measure, without a bureaucracy. That is why Marx excluded England, where a revolution, even a people's revolution, could be imagined, and was then possible, without the preliminary condition of the destruction of the state machine, since the latter was available, already, for it. Unfortunately, Lenin hurries to pass over this point without reflecting on all the questions posed for us by Marx's restrictions. According to Lenin, Marx admitted a situation in which the people's revolution would not need to shatter the available ready state machinery. This was the case when the state machinery did not have the military and bureaucratic character typical of the continent and could therefore be utilized by a real people's revolution. The existence, within the framework of capitalism and in spite of the latter, of a democratic apparatus of self-administration, which the military and bureaucratic machine had not succeeded in crushing, was evidently exceptional. In that case, according to Marx, the people's revolution should simply take possession of that apparatus and perfect it, thus realizing the state form that the revolution could best use for its creative purposes. It is not for nothing that Marx and Engels admitted theoretically the possibility of a pacific socialist revolution in England. This theoretic possibility rested precisely on the democratic character, capable of being perfected, which the British state presented in their day. Much water has flowed under the bridges since then. In England, as in the United States, imperialism has forged the military and bureaucratic state machine, the absence of which had constituted, as a general feature, the difference between the political evolution of the Anglo-Saxon countries and the general type of capitalist state. At the present time, it is permissible to doubt if this feature has been preserved even in the youngest Anglo-Saxon republics, Australia and New Zealand. Today, remarks Lenin with justification, both in England and in America the preliminary condition of any real people's revolution is the breakup, the shattering of the available ready machinery of the state. 1*. The theoretic possibility has not revealed itself in reality. But the sole fact that he admitted such a possibility shows us clearly Marx's opinion, leaving no room for arbitrary interpretation. What Marx designated as the destruction of the state machine in 18th Brumaire and in his letter to Kugelmann was the destruction of the military and bureaucratic apparatus that the bourgeois democracy had inherited from the monarchy and perfected in the process of consolidating the rule of the bourgeois class. There is nothing in Marx's reasoning that even suggests the destruction of the state organization as such and the replacement of the state during the revolutionary period, that is during the dictatorship of the proletariat, with a social bond formed on a principle opposed to that of the state. Marx and Engels foresaw such a substitution only at the end of a process of a progressive withering away of the state and all the functions of social coercion. They foresaw this atrophy of the state and the functions of social coercion to be the result of the prolonged existence of the socialist regime. It is not for any idle reason that Engels wrote in 1891, in his preface to Civil War in France. In reality, the state is nothing more than a machine for the oppression of one class by another, and indeed in the democratic republic no less than in the monarchy, and at best an evil inherited by the proletariat after its victorious struggle for class supremacy, whose worst sides the proletariat, just like the commune, will have at the earliest possible moment to lop off, until such time as a new generation, reared under new and free social conditions, will be able to throw on the scrap heap all the useless lumber of the state. Isn't this clear enough? The proletariat lops off the worst sides of the democratic state, for example, the police, permanent army, the bureaucracy as an independent entity, exaggerated centralization, etc. But it does not suppress the democratic state as such. On the contrary, it creates the democratic state in order to have it replace the military and bureaucratic state, which must be shattered. If there is anything about which there can be no doubt, it is that our party and the working class can only gain supremacy under a political regime like the Democratic Republic. The latter is, indeed, the specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, as has been demonstrated by the French Revolution. That is how Engels expresses himself in his critique of the draft of the Erfurt program. He does not speak there of a Soviet republic, the term was, of course, unknown, nor of a commune republic, in contrast to the state. Neither does he speak of the trade union republic imagined by Smith and Morrison and by the French syndicalists. Clearly and explicitly, Engels speaks of the democratic republic, that is, of a state democratized from top to bottom, an evil inherited by the proletariat. This is stated so dearly, so explicitly, that when Lenin quotes these words, he finds it necessary to obscure their meaning. Engels, he says, repeats here in a particularly emphatic form the fundamental idea which, like a red thread, runs throughout all Marx's work, viz., that the democratic republic comes nearest to the dictatorship of the proletariat. For such a republic, without in the least setting aside the domination of capital, and, therefore, the oppression of the masses and the class struggle, inevitably leads to such an extension, intensification, and development of that struggle that, as soon as the chance arises for satisfying the fundamental interests of the oppressed masses, this chance is realized inevitably and solely in the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of the guidance of these masses by the proletariat. 4. However, Engels does not speak of a political form that comes nearest the dictatorship, as is interpreted by Lenin in his commentaries. He speaks of the only specific political form in which the dictatorship can be realized. According to Engels, the dictatorship is forged in the democratic republic. Lenin, on the other hand, sees democracy merely as the means of sharpening the class struggle, thus confronting the proletariat with the problem of the dictatorship. For Lenin, the democratic republic finds its conclusion in the dictatorship of the proletariat, giving birth to the latter but destroying itself in the delivery. Engels, on the contrary, is of the opinion that when the proletariat has gained supremacy in the democratic republic and thus realized its dictatorship, within the democratic republic, it will consolidate the latter by that very act and invest it, for the first time, with a character that is genuinely, fundamentally, and completely democratic. That is why, in 1848, Engels and Marx identified the act of raising the proletariat to a ruling class with the conquest of democracy. That is why in the Civil War, Marx hailed, in the experience of the Commune, the total triumph of the principles of people's power, universal franchise, electiveness, and recall of all officials. That is why in 1891, in his preface to the Civil War, Engels wrote again. Against this transformation of the state and the organs of the state from the servants of society into masters of society, a process which had been inevitable in all previous states, the Commune made use of two infallible expedients. In the first place, it confided all administrative, judicial, and educational functions to men chosen by universal suffrage, and it reserved to itself the right of recalling them at any time, upon the decision of their electors. In the second place, all officials, high or low, were paid only by wages not surpassing the wages received by other categories of workers. Thus, universal suffrage is an infallible expedient against the transformation of the state from a servant of society into its master. Thus only the state conquered by the proletariat under the form of a basically democratic republic can be a real servant of society. Is it not plain that when he speaks this way and identifies, at the same time, such a democratic republic with the dictatorship of the proletariat, Engels is not employing the latter term to indicate a form of government but to designate the social structure of the state power? It was exactly this that is stressed by Koski in his Dictatorship of the Proletariat when he says that for Marx such a dictatorship was not a question of a form of government but of its nature. An attempt at any other interpretation leads perforce to the appearance of a flagrant contradiction between Marx's affirmation that the Paris Commune was an incarnation of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the emphasis he laid on the total democracy established by the Paris Communards. Lenin's text demonstrates that when he really permitted himself to make contact with the viewpoint of the creators of scientific socialism, he rose above a simplest conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and did not then reduce it to dictatorial forms of organization of power and did not then fasten to the term the meaning of a definite political structure. In the quotation from State and Revolution reproduced above, Lenin puts an equal sign between dictatorship of the proletariat and the guidance of these masses by the proletariat. The equation corresponds entirely to the conception held by Marx and Engels. It is exactly this way that Marx represented the dictatorship of the proletariat under the Paris Commune when he wrote, "This was the first revolution in which the working class was openly acknowledged as the only class capable of social initiative, even by the great bulk of the Parisian middle class, shopkeepers, tradesmen, merchants, the wealthy capitalists alone excepted. The voluntary acceptance by the great population of the hegemony of the working class engaged in the struggle against capitalism, forms the essential basis of the political structure that is called dictatorship of the proletariat. Similarly, the voluntary acceptance by the popular masses of the hegemony of the bourgeoisie permits us to designate the political structure existing in France, England, and the United States as the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. This dictatorship is not done away with when the bourgeoisie finds it worthwhile to offer to the peasants and the petty bourgeois, whom it directs. The appearance of sovereignty, by granting them universal suffrage. Similarly, the dictatorship of the proletariat that Marx and Engels had in mind can only be realized on the basis of the sovereignty of all the people and, therefore, only on the basis of the widest possible application of universal suffrage. 5. Therefore, when we consider the opinions of Marx and Engels on the dictatorship of the proletariat, on the democratic republic and on the state that is an evil, we are obliged to arrive at the following conclusion. To Marx and Engels, the problem of the taking of political power by the proletariat is bound up with the destruction of the bureaucratic military machine, which rules the bourgeois state in spite of the existence of democratic parliamentarism. To Marx and Engels, the problem of the dictatorship of the proletariat is bound to the establishment of a state based on sincere and total democracy, on universal suffrage, on the widest local self-administration, and has, as its corollary, the existence of the effective hegemony of the proletariat over the majority of the population. In that regard, Marx and Engels continue and extend the political tradition of the Mountain of 1793 and the Chartists of the O'Brien School. It is true, however, that it is possible to discover in the works of Marx and Engels the traces of other ideas. These appear to offer ground to theses according to which the forms, and even institutions, that may embody the political power of the proletariat, take on an essentially new character, opposed in principle to the forms and institutions that embody the political power of the bourgeoisie, and opposed in principle to the state as such. These ideas belong to a special cycle and merit a separate study. We shall deal with them in the following chapter. The Commune of 1871. When he considered the Commune in his writings, Marx could not merely present his views on the dictatorship of the proletariat. The uprising had many enemies. The first thing to be done was to defend the Commune against the calumny of its enemies. It was natural for this circumstance to influence Marx's manner of dealing with the slogans and ideas of the movement that produced the events of March 1871. Because the revolutionary explosion which led to the seizure of Paris by the armed people on March 18, 1871 was the expression of a fierce class struggle, it also provoked a conflict between the democratic Republican population of the large city and the conservative population of the provinces, especially that of the rural districts. During the preceding 2 decades, the backward peasantry of France helped to crush revolutionary and Republican Paris by supporting the extreme bureaucratic centralism of the Second Empire. As a result of this, the revolt of the Parisian democracy against the national representative sitting at Versailles, appeared at first as a struggle for municipal autonomy. 6. This circumstance gained for the Commune the sympathy of many bourgeois radicals, people who were for administrative decentralization and wide local autonomy. For some time, this aspect of the Paris Commune of 1871 hid the real nature and historic meaning of their movement even from the most outstanding communards. In his book of Recollections of the International, the anarchist Gaulon tells how immediately after the outbreak of the revolt, the Jura Federation sent their delegate Jacques Wilde to Paris, in order to learn what would be the best way of helping the uprising, which the Jurassians considered to be the beginning of a universal social revolution. Great was the surprise of the men of Jura when their delegate returned with a report of the total lack of understanding shown by Yves Varlin, the most influential of the left militants among the French internationalists. According to Varlin, it appears, the uprising had a purely local aim, the conquest of municipal liberties for Paris. According to Varlin, the conquest of these liberties was not expected to have any social and revolutionary repercussions in the rest of Europe. L'Internationale, Souvenirs, Volume 2, page 133. It is understood that this could have been said only during the first days of the Commune. Soon the historic scope of their revolution started to become visible to the Paris proletariat. It is nevertheless true that the Commune never completely freed itself from the bourgeois conceptions that wanted to limit its aims to questions of municipal autonomy. It is this lack of ideological clarity in the communards' minds that Marx later attacked in a letter to Kugelmann. In this letter, Marx mentions a demonstration staged against him by the communard refugees in London, and takes the occasion to recall that it was he, however, who had saved the honor of the revolution of 1871. Marx saved the honor of the Commune by revealing its historic meaning, a meaning that the communard combatants themselves were unaware of. But the Commune was influenced by other ideologies besides that of bourgeois radicalism. It also bore the imprint of anarchist Proudhonism and Hebertian Blanquism, the two tendencies that fused in the general French working class movement. The representatives of these currents of thought sought in the Paris Commune a content that was diametrically opposed to that which the democratic bourgeoisie wanted to put into it. The semblance of identity between the social revolutionary and the bourgeois radical viewpoints was only due to the fact that both took a common stand against the bureaucratic and centralizing leanings of the state apparatus left by the Second Empire. During the last few years before the Commune, the French Blanquists managed to make some contact with the working people of their country. They partially passed beyond the bourgeois Jacobinism under whose influence, and the influence of the Babeuf school, they grew up. While they did not cease to draw their political inspiration from the heritage of the 18th century revolution, the most active representatives of Blanquism became more circumspect in regard to the Jacobin forms of democracy and revolutionary dictatorship. They tried to find for the proletarian movement of their time an ideological support in the revolutionary tradition of the Hebertists, the extreme left of the sans-culotte of the French Revolution. In 1793 to 1794, Hébert and his partisans found support among the real sans-culotte of the Parisian faubourgs, whose vague social and revolutionary hopes they tried to interpret. By means of this support, the Hebertists strove to turn the Paris Commune into an instrument by which they might exert pressure on the central government. Making use of the direct help of the armed populace, the Hebertists wanted to transform the Paris Commune of 1794 into a centre possessing total revolutionary power. As long as Robespierre had not as yet reduced it to the level of a subordinate administrative mechanism, and he did that by crushing the Hebertists and sending their chiefs to the guillotine, the Commune of 1794 really represented the active revolutionary elements among the Parisian sans-culotte, by whom it had been chosen. Up to then, it incarnated the instinctive desire of the masses of the city poor to impose their dictatorship on rural and provincial France with its backward political conceptions. 7. The Commune, as the instrument of the revolutionary will and the direct revolutionary action of the propertyless masses, contrasted to the democratic state, became the political ideal of the young Blanquists during the latter years of the Second Empire. 8. In the course of the Revolution of March 18, another political trend, that of the anarcho-Proudhonians, became visible. It moved alongside the Hebertian current, at times mingling with it. Both tendencies saw in the Commune a lever of revolution. But, surprised face, the Proudhonians, the Commune did not appear to be a political, and specifically revolutionary, organization that, pitted against the just as political and more or less democratic state, was to obtain the effective submission of the latter by means of the dictatorship of Paris over France. They opposed every form of the state as an artificial, that is, political, grouping, established on the basis of the subordination of the citizenry to an apparatus, even under the fallacious guise of popular representation. The Commune they had in mind was the natural social organization of producers. According to their outlook, the Commune was not merely to rise above the state, or subject the latter to its dictatorship. It was also to separate itself from the state, and invite all the 36,000 communes, cities and villages, of France to proceed the same way, thus decomposing the state and substituting for it a free federation of communes. What does Paris want? Asked La Commune on April 19, and it answered its own question as follows. The extension of the absolute autonomy of the Commune to all the localities of France, assuring to each its rights, to every Frenchman the complete exercise of his faculties and aptitudes as a human being, citizen, and worker. The autonomy of the Commune will be limited to the right of equal autonomy of all the communes participating in the pact. Such an association will assure French unity. Logically flowing from this stand was a federalist program in the Proudhon-Bakuninist spirit, recognizing a voluntary and elastic pact as the only tie between the communes and excluding the complicated apparatus of a general state administration. The communards were quite pleased when they were nicknamed Federalists. On the 18th of March, wrote the Bakuninist Arthur Arnould, a member of the Commune, Popular History of the Commune, page 243, the people declared that it was necessary to escape the vicious circle, that it was necessary to destroy the evil in the egg, that the thing to be done was not merely to change masters, but no longer to have any. In a miraculous recognition of the truth, seeking to reach the goal by all the roads leading to it, the people proclaimed the autonomy of the commune and a federation of communes. For the first time, we were to interpret the real rules, the just and normal laws, which assure the true independence of the individual and the communal or corporative group, and to effect a bond between the various homogeneous groupings, so that they might enjoy, at the same time, union, in which there is strength, and autonomy, which is indispensable to the infinite development of all the original capacities and qualities of production and progress. This communal federalism appeared to the anarcho-Proudhonians to be the organization in which the economic relation of the producers would find their direct expression. Each autonomous grouping, continues Arnould, communal or corporative, depending on circumstances, will have to solve, within its own framework, the social question, that is, the problem of property, the relation between labor and capital, etc. Note the restriction, communal or corporative, depending on circumstances. The viewpoint of the Federalist communard approaches quite closely to the outlook which, in 1833, led Morrison and Smith to their formula of a House of Trades, which at the beginning of the 20th century, gave rise to the doctrine of Georges Sorel, Edmund Berth, De Leon and others, on the replacement of the artificial subdivisions existing in the modern state by a federation of natural corporative, occupational, cells, and which, in 1917 to 1919, created the conception of the Soviet system. Communal groupings, comments Arnould later, correspond to the ancient political organization. The corporative grouping corresponds to the social organization. Our emphasis. Thus the communal organization was to serve as a transition between the state and the corporative federation. This opposition of a political organization to a social organization presumes that the destruction of the state machinery by the proletariat will immediately re-establish among the producers natural relations, which supposedly can only manifest themselves outside of political norms and institutions. This contrast underlay the social revolutionary tendencies that were in favor among the communards. Everything that the socialists stand for, and which they will not be able to obtain from a strong and centralized power, no matter how democratic, without formidable convulsions, without a ruinous, painful, and cruel struggle, they will get in an orderly manner, with certainty and without violence, through the simple development of the communal principle of free grouping and federation. The solution of these problems can belong only to the corporative and productive groupings, united by federative ties, and therefore free from governmental and administrative, in other words, political, our emphasis, shackles, which till now have maintained, by oppression, the antagonism between capital and labor, subjecting the latter to the first. Ibidem, page 250, Russian translation. That is how the most advanced of the communards, the combatants who were closest to the social revolutionary class movement of the French proletariat of the time, conceived the substance and scope of the Commune of 1871. Charles Saint-Nobos is obviously wrong when he states, in his note on the Commune, found in the History of the 20th Century by Lavis and Rambaud, that the revolutionaries renounced their initial aim, the seizure of power in France, and rallied to the cause of the autonomous Commune of Paris, because they found themselves isolated from the rest of France and had to pass to the defensive. The latter circumstance merely helped the triumph of the anarcho-federalist ideas in the development of the Commune. If in the program of the communards, the Heberdist conception of the Commune as the dictator of France ceded round to the Proudhonian idea of an apolitical federation, it is because the class character of the struggle between Paris and Versailles came out in the open. At that time, the class consciousness of the proletarians in the small industries of Paris gravitated entirely around the ideological opposition of a natural union of producers within society to the artificial unification of the producers within the state. We have seen how, at the beginning, Varlin presented the Commune as a thing of pure democratic radicalism. In its proclamation of March 23, 1871, the Paris section of the International declared that the independence of the Commune is the guarantee of a contract whose freely debated clauses will do away with class antagonism and assure social equality. This means the following. After the state and the power of constraint exercised by the state had collapsed, it becomes possible to create a simple natural social bond among the members of society, a bond based on their economic interdependence. And it is precisely the Commune that is destined to become the framework within the limits of which this bond can be realized. We have demanded the emancipation of the workers, continues the proclamation, and the communal delegation is the guarantee of this emancipation. For it will provide every citizen with the means of defending his rights, of controlling effectively the acts of the mandatories charged with the administration of his interests, and of determining the progressive application of social reforms. It is easily seen that for the anarchist idea of a commune of labor, that is, a union of producers, as contrasted to a union of citizens within the state, the proclamation discreetly substitutes the idea of a political commune, the prototype of the modern state, a state microcosm, inside of which the representation of interests and the satisfaction of social needs become specialized functions, just as, though certainly in a more rudimentary form, in the complicated mechanism of the modern state. P. Lavrov understood this quite well. He thus notes in his book on the Commune, P. Lavrov, The Paris Commune, page 130, Russ ed. In the course of the 19th century, the unity of communal interests disappeared entirely before the increased struggle of classes. As a moral entity, the Commune did not exist at all, emphasis by Lavrov. In each commune, municipality, the irreducible camps of the proletariat and the big bourgeoisie faced each other, and the struggle was further complicated by the presence of many groups of the small bourgeoisie. For a moment, Paris was united by a common emotion, irritation with the Bordeaux and Versailles assemblies. But a passing emotion cannot be the basis of a political regime. He adds, p. 167. The effective autonomous basis of the regime, to which the social revolution will lead, is not at all the political commune, which admits inequality, the promiscuity of the parasites and laborers, etc. It is formed rather by a conjointly responsible grouping of workers of every kind, rallied to the program of the social revolution, our emphasis. P. Lavrov speaks clearly of a confusion of two notions, one the autonomous political commune, municipality, the ideal of the Middle Ages, in the struggle for which the bourgeoisie solidified itself and grew strong during the first stages of its history, and two the autonomous commune of the proletariat, which is to appear after the economic victory of the proletariat over its enemies, after the establishment, within the community, of a social solidarity that is inconceivable as long as the economic exploitation of labor by capital continues, and, therefore, as long as class hatred within each community is inevitable. When we analyze the demands of communal autonomy, as they were generally formulated in the course of the struggle in question, we may ask what relation could the unquestioned socialists of the Paris Commune see between the fundamental problem of socialism, the struggle of labor against capital, and the slogan of the free commune which they inscribed on their flag. The paradox indicated by Lavrov consists of the following. The very possibility of the process of transforming the capitalist order into a socialist order is subordinated to the existence of a social form whose mold, we believe, can only be furnished by a more or less developed socialist economy. This confusion is typical of the anarchists. If it is obvious that the destruction of the basis of private economy, the transformation of the whole natural economy into socialist economy, will do away with the need of having an organization rise above the producer in the shape of the state, the anarchists deduce from this that the destruction of the state, its decomposition into cells, into communes, is a prerequisite condition for the social transformation itself. There existed in the ideology of the communards a juxtaposition of Proudhonian, Heberdist, and bourgeois autonomist notions. So that in their discussions, they passed with the greatest of ease from the political commune, territorial unit created by the preceding evolution of bourgeois society, to the corporative commune, the free association of workers, which we may imagine will be the social grouping when a socialist order has been achieved and the collective effort of 1 or 2 generations will have rendered possible the progressive atrophy of the state as predicted by Engels. 9. The interesting exposition made Dunoyer, one of the witnesses who appeared before the inquest commission appointed by the Versailles National Assembly after the fall of the Commune, quoted by Lavrov in his Paris Commune, page 166, suggests the following conclusion. The communalist ideas, as they were conceived in the minds of the workers, merely represented an attempt to transplant into the structure of society the forms of their own combat organization. In 1871, the grouping of the workers within the international bisections and federations of sections was one of the elements that contributed toward the spread of the commune idea in France. The International possessed a ready-made organization, where the word commune stood for the word section and the Federation of Communes was nothing else than the Federation of Sections. Compare this statement with the citations that we made, in the preceding chapter, from the writings of the English trade unionists of 1830, whose programs called for the replacement of the parliamentary bourgeois state with a federation of trades. Let us recall the analogous theses of the French syndicalists in the 20th century. And let us not forget that in our time, working people take to the idea of the Soviets after knowing them as combat organizations formed in the process of the class struggle at a sharp revolutionary stage. In all the commune theses we discover one recurring point. It consists in spurning the state as the instrument of the revolutionary transformation of society in the direction of socialism. On the other hand, Marxism, as it developed since 1848, is characterized especially by the following. In accordance with the tradition of Babeuf and Blanqui, Marxism recognizes the state, naturally after its conquest by the proletariat, as the principal lever of this transformation. That is why already in the 60s the anarchists and Proudhonians denounced Marx and Engels as statists. What then was the attitude taken by Marx and Engels toward the experience provided by the Paris Commune, when the proletariat tried for the first time to realize a socialist dictatorship? Marx and the Commune. The Proudhonists and the anarchists were not greatly addicted to the study of economics. They had a naive, almost simplistic, conception of what would follow the seizure of the means of production by the working class. They did not realize that capitalism has created, for the concentration of the means of production and distribution, so huge an apparatus, that in order to lay hold of these means, the working class would require effective administrative machinery extending over the entire economic domain that was previously ruled by capital. They had no idea of the immenseness and complexity of the transformation that would come as a result of a social revolution. And only because they did not understand all these things was it possible for them to think of the autonomous commune, itself based on autonomous productive units, as the lever of such a transformation. Marx was well aware of the preponderant role played by anarcho-Proudhonism in the movement that brought forth the Paris Commune. In a letter to Engels, June 30, 1866, he refers ironically to Proudhonian Stirnerianism, which is inclined to decompose everything into small groups or communes that are expected to come together again in some kind of union, but of course, not in the state. Correspondence, Volume 3. In 1871, however, Marx faced the task of defending the Paris Commune against its enemies, who were drowning it in blood. He faced the task of justifying, in the shape of the Commune, the first attempt of the proletariat to seize power. If the Paris Commune had not been crushed by exterior forces, this effort would have led the workers beyond its first aims and shattered the narrow ideological bounds that repressed its vigor and denatured its content. We can, therefore, understand why in his apology of the Commune, Marx could not even pose the question whether the realization of socialism is conceivable within the framework of autonomous, city and rural, communes. In face of the existing division of labor, economic centralization, and the degree of development of the powerful means of production already attained at that time, merely to pose the question would have been tantamount to a categoric rejection of the claim that the autonomous commune could solve the social question. We can understand why Marx avoided the question whether a federalist union of communes could assure systematic social production on the scale customary to the preceding capitalism. We can understand why Marx touches only lightly on one of the most serious problems of the social revolution, the relationship between the city and the country, and merely declares, without any supporting evidence, that the communal constitution, organization, would bring the rural producers under the intellectual lead of the central towns of their districts, and there secure to them, in the working man, the natural defenders of their interests. But would it be possible to hold the socialist economy in the framework of a federation of autonomous communes while this federation permitted the economic direction of the country by the city? Marx could permit himself to adjourn all these questions. He could assume that such problems would automatically find their solution in the process of the social revolution and would, at the same time, cast out the anarcho-communalist illusions that prevailed in the minds of the workers at the beginning. But Marx did not merely remain silent on such contradictions of the Paris Commune. It is undeniable that he attempted to solve them by recognizing the Commune as the finally discovered political form, permitting the economic emancipation of labor, and thus contradicted his own principle, that the lever of the social revolution can only be the conquest of state power. The communal constitution, declared Marx, would have restored to the social body the forces hitherto absorbed by the parasite feeding upon and dogging the free movement of society. Civil war in France. The very existence of the commune, as a matter of course, led to local municipal liberty, but no longer as a counterweight against the power of the state, which thenceforward became useless. Our emphasis. Thus, the destruction of the bureaucratic and military machine of the state, dealt with in Marx's letter to Kugelmann, changed imperceptibly and came to stand for the suppression of all state power, of any apparatus of compulsion in the service of the social administration. The destruction of the power of the modern state, the continental type of state, became the destruction of the state as such. Are we in the presence of an intentional lack of precision, enabling Marx to gloss over, in silence, the weak points of the Paris Commune at a moment when the Commune was being trampled by triumphant reaction? Or did the mighty surge of the revolutionary proletariat of Paris, set in motion under the flag of the Commune, render acceptable to Marx certain ideas of Proudhonian origin? No matter what is the case, it is true that Bakunin and his friends concluded that in his civil war in France, Marx approved of the social revolutionary path traced by them. So that in his memoirs, James Guillaume, The International, Volume 2, p.191, observes with satisfaction that in its appreciation of the Commune the General Council of the International, under whose auspices civil war was published, adopted in full the viewpoint of the Federalists. And Bakunin announced triumphantly, the communalist revolution had so mighty an effect that despite their logic and real inclinations, the Marxists, with all their ideas overthrown by the Commune, were obliged to bow before the insurrection and appropriate its aims and program. Such statements are not free from exaggeration. But they contain a grain of truth. It is these, not very precise, opinions of Marx on the destruction of the state by a proletarian insurrection and the creation of the Commune that Lenin recognizes as the basis of the new social revolutionary doctrine he presumes to reveal. On the top of these opinions of Marx, Lenin raises the anarcho-syndicalist canvas, picturing the destruction of the state as the immediate result of the conquest of the dictatorship by the proletariat, and replacing the state with that finally discovered political form, which in 1871 was embodied in the Commune and is represented today by the Soviets, since the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917, in different surroundings and under different circumstances, have been continuing the work of the Commune and have been confirming Marx's analysis of history. State and Revolution, page 53, Russian text. Already in 1899, in his well-known Principles of Socialism, Edward Bernstein observed that in the Civil War Marx appears to have taken a step toward Proudhon. In spite of all points of difference that existed between Marx and the petty bourgeois Proudhon, it is nevertheless true that on this question their currents of thought resemble each other as closely as possible. Bernstein's words throw Lenin into a great fit of anger. "Monstrous! Ridiculous! Renegade!" screams Lenin at Bernstein, and he takes the opportunity to revile Plekhanov and Koski for not correcting this pervision of Marx by Bernstein in their polemics against Bernstein's book. 10. But Lenin could have attacked on the same count the Spartacist Franz Mehring, unquestionably the best student and commentator of Marx. In his Karl Marx, The History of His Life, Leipzig, 1918, Mehring declares explicitly, leaving no room for doubt. As ingenious as were some of Mann's arguments, on the Commune, they were to a certain extent, in contradiction with the conceptions championed by Marx and Engels for a quarter of a century and previously formulated by them in the Communist Manifesto. According to these conceptions, the decomposition of the political organization referred to as the state evidently belongs among the final accomplishments of the coming proletarian revolution. It will be a progressive decomposition. That organization has always had as its principal purpose to assure, with the aid of the armed forces, the economic oppression of the working majority by a privileged minority. The disappearance of the privileged minority will do away with the need of the armed force of oppression, that is, state power. But at the same time Marx and Engels emphasized that in order to achieve this, as well as other, even more important, results, the working class will first have to possess itself of the organized political power of the state and use it for the purpose of crushing the resistance of the capitalists and recreating society on a new basis. It is difficult to reconcile the General Council's lavish praise of the Paris Commune, for having commenced by destroying the parasitic state, with the conceptions presented in the Communist Manifesto. Page 460. Our emphasis. And Mehring adds, one can easily guess that Bakunin's disciples have utilized the address of the General Council in their own fashion. Mehring is of the opinion that Marx and Engels clearly saw the contradiction existing between the theses presented in the Civil War and their previous way of posing the problem as a question of the conquest of state power. He writes, thus, when, after Marx's death, Engels had the occasion to combat the anarchist tendencies, he, for his part at least, repudiated these reservations and resumed integrally the old conceptions found in the manifesto. What are the old conceptions found in the manifesto? They are the following. The working class seizes the state machinery forged by the bourgeoisie. It democratizes this machinery from top to bottom. See the immediate measures which, according to the manifesto, the proletariat of that time would have had to enact when it seized power. It thus transforms the machinery formerly used by the minority for the oppression of the majority into a machine of constraint exercised by the majority over the minority, with a view of freeing the majority from the yoke of social inequality. That means, as Marx wrote in 1852, not merely to seize the available ready machinery of the state of the bureaucratic, police and military type, but to shatter that machine in order to construct a new one on the basis of the self-administration of the people guided by the proletariat. Lenin put to his use the inexact formulae found in civil war in France. These formulae were sufficiently motivated by the immediate need of the General Council to defend the Commune, directed by the Hebertists and the Proudhonists, against its enemies. But they did away almost completely with the margin existing between the thesis of the conquest of political power presented by the Marxists and the idea of the destruction of the state held by the anarchists. On the eve of the Revolution of October 1917, in his struggle against the Republican democratism practiced by the socialist parties which he opposed, Lenin used these formulae with such good effect that he accumulated in his State and Revolution as many contradictions as were found in the heads of all the members of the Commune, Jacobins, Blanquists, Herbertists, Proudhonians, and anarchists. Objectively, this was necessary. Lenin himself did not realize it, without doubt, so that an attempt to create a state machine very similar in its structure to the former military and bureaucratic type and controlled by a few adherents 11 might be presented to the masses, then in a condition of revolutionary animation, as the destruction of the old state machinery, as the rise of a society based on a minimum of repression and discipline, as the birth of a stateless society. At the moment when the revolutionary masses expressed their emancipation from the centuries-old yoke of the old state by forming autonomous republics of Kronstadt and trying anarchist experiments such as workers' control, etc. At that moment, the dictatorship of the proletariat and the poorest peasants, said to be incarnated in the real dictatorship of the supposed true interpreters of the proletariat and the poorest peasants, the chosen of Bolshevist communism, could only consolidate itself by first dressing itself in such anarchist and anti-state ideology. The formula of all power to the Soviets was found to be most appropriate to express mystically a tendency that agitated the revolutionary elements of the population at that time. This slogan presented to the revolutionary elements of the population two contradictory aims: one, the creation of a machine that would crush the exploiting classes in the benefit of the exploited, but two, which would, at the same time, free the exploited from any state machinery presupposing the need of subordinating their wills as individuals or groups to the will of the social entity. No different in origin and significance is the Soviet mysticism now current in Western Europe, 1919. In Russia itself, the evolution of the Soviet state has already created a new and very complicated state machine based on the administration of persons as against the administration of things, based on the opposition of administration to self-administration and the functionary, official, to the citizen. These antagonisms are in no way different from the antagonisms that characterize the capitalist class state. The economic retrogression that appeared during the World War has simplified economic life in all countries. One of the results of this simplification is the eclipse, in the consciousness of the masses, of the problem of the organization of production by the problem of distribution and consumption. This phenomenon encourages in the working dams the rebirth of illusions that make it believe in the possibility of laying hold of the national economy by handing over the means of production directly, with the aid of the state, to single groups of workers, worker control, direct socialization, etc. From the ground provided by such economic illusions, we see rise again the fallacy that the liberty of the working class can be accomplished by the destruction of the state and not by the conquest of the state. This belief throws back the revolutionary working class movement toward the confusion, indefiniteness, and low ideological level that characterized it at the time of the Commune of 1871. On one hand, such illusions are manipulated by certain extremist minorities of the socialist proletariat. On the other hand, these groups are themselves the slaves of these illusions. It is under the influence of this double factor that these minorities act when they seek to find a practical medium by which they might elude the difficulties connected with the realization of a real class dictatorship, difficulties that have increased since the class in question has lost its unity in the course of the war and is not capable of immediately giving battle with the revolutionary aim. Fundamentally, this anarchist illusion of the destruction of the state covers up the tendency to concentrate all the state power of constraint in the hands of a minority, which believes neither in the objective logic of the revolution nor in the class consciousness of the proletarian majority and, with still greater reason, that of the national majority. The idea that the Soviet system is equal to a definitive break with all the former, bourgeois, forms of revolution, therefore, serves as a screen behind which, imposed by exterior factors and the inner conformation of the proletariat, there are again set in motion methods that have featured the bourgeois revolutions. And those revolutions have always been accomplished by transferring the power of a conscious minority, supporting itself on an unconscious majority, to another minority finding itself in an identical situation. Top of the page. Footnotes. 1 quoted by M. Beer in his History of British Socialism, page 265 of German ed. 2 M. Beer, page 266. 3 M. Beer, page 266. From Poorman's Guardian, December 7 and 21, 1833. For State and Revolution, page 66, chapter 4. 5 in 1903. As is known, George Plekhanov declared, that when the revolutionary proletariat has realized its dictatorship, it may find it necessary to deprive the bourgeoisie of all political rights, including the right to vote. However, to Plekhanov this was one of the possibilities, one of the contingencies, of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In my pamphlet The Struggle Against Martial Law Within the Social Democratic Labor Party of Russia, I tried to interpret Plekhanov's words as presenting an example admissible only in logical abstraction and therefore used by him to illustrate the thesis, the safety of the revolution is the supreme law and takes precedence over any other consideration. I expressed the belief that Plekhanov himself probably did not presume that, after they had acquired power, the proletariat of countries that were economically ripe for socialism could find themselves in a situation where it was not possible for them to support themselves on the willing acceptance of their direction by the people but, on the contrary, had to deny to the bourgeois minority, by force, the exercise of political rights. In a private conversation with me, Plekhanov objected to my putting such an interpretation on his words. I understood then that his conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat was not free of a certain kinship with the Jacobin dictators/zip by a revolutionary minority. 6. The 18th of March took the aspect of a rebellion of Paris against provincial oppression, writes Paul Louis, the historian of French socialism. Histoire du socialisme français, 2nd ed., page 308. 7. It is to Hébert's Commune of Paris and that of Lyon that belongs the credit of initiating the extreme acts of political terror, the September executions, the expulsion of the Girondins from the Convention, and the measures of consumers' communism by which the cities, deprived of resources, attempted to force the petty bourgeoisie of the villages and the outlying provinces to provide them with foodstuffs. It is in the communes of Paris and Lyon where the expeditions of the Army of Provisioning started. There were organized the committees of poor for the purpose of appropriating grain from the contemporary kulaks, whom the jargon of the period called aristocrats. The two communes of the French Revolution imposed contributions on the bourgeois and took charge of the stocks of commodities produced by industry during the preceding years, especially at Lyon. From these organizations emanated the requisition of residences, the forcible attempts to lodge the poor in houses considered too large for their occupants, and other equalitarian measures. If in their quest for historic analogies, Lenin, Trotsky and Radek had shown a greater knowledge of the past, they would not have tried to tie the genealogy of the Soviets to the Commune of 1871 but to the Paris Commune of 1793–94, which was a center of revolutionary energy and power very similar to the institution of their own time. 8. In his letter to Marx, July 6, 1869, Correspondence, Volume 4, page 175, Engels mentions Tridon's pamphlet, Les Hébertistes, in which the author presents the argument of that wing of Blanquism. It is ridiculous to suppose that the dictatorship of Paris over France, the rock on which the first revolution was wrecked, can simply be reproduced and meet with a different fate. 9. We find today, 1918 to 1919, among the Bolsheviks in Russia, and in Western Europe, the same confusion, with their specific political form that is supposed to accomplish the social emancipation of the proletariat. Also for these people, the question is said to be one of replacing the territorial organization of the state with unions of producers. Indeed, at first that was described to be the essence of the Republic of Soviets. This substitution is presented to us, at the same time, 1. As the natural result of the functioning of an achieved socialist regime and 2. As the prerequisite condition necessary for the realization of the social revolution itself. The confusion overflows all boundaries when an attempt is made to remedy it by resorting to the new notion of a Soviet state. The latter is supposed to incarnate the organized violence of the proletariat and, in that capacity, prepare the ground for the withering away of all forms of the state. But at the same time, it is, in principle, supposed to be opposed to the state as such. The Paris communards reasoned the same way. They permitted themselves to imagine that the commune state of 1871 was something whose very principle was the opposite of any form of the state. While, in reality, it represented a simplified modern democratic state functioning in the manner of the Swiss canton. 10. Of course, Lenin, too, wrote a great deal on the subject of Edward Bernstein's book, without taking the trouble of correcting that perversion. 11. Let us recall that Lenin said that if 200,000 proprietors could administer an immense territory in their own interests, 200,000 Bolsheviks would do the same thing in the interest of the workers and peasants. Julius Martov. The Ideology of Sovietism. 1919. First published in MYSL, Kharkov 1919. Translated by Hermann Jerson. Originally published in English in International Review, New York 1938. Republished in J. Martov, The State and the Socialist Revolution, Limited Edition, London 1977, pages 5-26. Transcribed and marked up by Enda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. The Mysticism of the Soviet Regime. The revolutionary movement that is tinged with Bolshevism recognizes Soviets as the form of political organization, even the sole form, by which the emancipation of the proletariat can be realized. According to this viewpoint, the Soviet state structure, said to be a phase in the progressive abolition of the state itself in its role as an instrument of social oppression, is the historically motivated product of a long evolution, arising in the midst of class antagonisms when these have reached great acuteness under imperialism. It is described as the perfect embodiment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Appearing at a time when bourgeois democracy is said to have lost all content, the Soviet regime is pictured as the perfect expression of real democracy. However, every perfection has this dangerous feature. Persons untroubled by critical reasoning, persons blind to the nuances of idle theory, are impatient to possess themselves of the perfection, without bothering to take note that the perfection in question is supposed to be based on particular historic conditions. Metaphysical reasoning refuses to accept the dialectical negation of the absolute. It ignores the relative. Having learned that the true, the genuine, the perfect mode of social life has at last been discovered, it insists on having this perfect mode applied to daily existence. We therefore see that, contrary to its own theoretic claims, this perfect political form has become applicable to all peoples, to all social groups. All that is necessary is that the people concerned want to modify the structure of the state under which it is suffering. Soviets have become the slogan for the proletariat of the most advanced industrial countries, the United States, England, Germany. They are also the slogan for agricultural Hungary, peasant Bulgaria, and Russia, where agriculture is just issuing from primitive structures. The universal efficacy of the Soviet regime reaches even farther. Communist publicists seriously speak of Soviet revolutions occurring, or about to occur, in Asiatic Turkey, among the Egyptian fellahin, in the pampas of South America. In Korea, the proclamation of a Soviet republic is only a matter of time. In India, China, and Persia the Soviet idea is said to be advancing with the speed of an express train. And who dares to doubt that by now the Soviet system has already been adapted to the primitive social conditions of the Bashkirs, Kyrgyzs, Turkomans, and the mountaineers of Dagestan? No matter what Marxist thought might have to say on the subject, the Soviet regime, as such, is not only said to solve the antagonism arising between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie under conditions of highly developed capitalism, but is also presented as the universal state form that cuts through the difficulties and antagonisms arising at any degree of social evolution. In theory, the lucky people bursting into Soviets are expected to have passed, at least ideologically, the stage of bourgeois democracy. They are expected to have freed themselves from a number of noxious illusions: parliamentarism, the need for a universal, direct, equal, and secret ballot, the need of liberty of the press, etc. Only then can they know the supreme perfection incorporated in the Soviet state structure. In practice, however, nations here and there, possessed by the metaphysical negation of the course traced by Soviet theory, jump over the prescribed stages. Soviets are the perfect form of the state. They are the magic wand by which all inequalities, all misery, may be suppressed. Having once learned about Soviets, who would consent to suffer the yoke of less perfect systems of government? Having once tasted the sweet, who would choose to continue to live on bitterness? In February 1918, at Brest-Litovsk, Trotsky and Kamina still defended with great obstinance the right of peoples to self-determination. They demanded from victorious Germany that this principle be applied, through the instrumentality of the equal and universal ballot, in Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. The historic value of democracy was still recognized at that time. But a year later, at the Congress of the Russian Communist Party, the intrepid Bukharin already insisted that the principle of self-determination of peoples had to be replaced with the principle of self-determination of the laboring classes. Lenin succeeded in obtaining the maintenance of the principle of self-determination, for backward peoples, paralleling in this respect certain philosophers who, not wanting to fall out with the Church, would limit the scope of their materialist teachings to animals deprived of the benefits of divine revelation. But it was not for doctrinal reasons that the Communist Congress refused to fall in line with Bukharin. Lenin won out with arguments of a diplomatic order. It was said to be unwise to alienate from the Communist International the Hindus, Persians, and other peoples who, though still blind to the revelation, were in a situation of pan-national struggle against the foreign oppressor. Fundamentally, the Communists were in full agreement with Bukharin. Having tasted sweetness, who would offer bitterness to his neighbor? So that when the Turkish consul at Odessa permitted himself to launch the hoax about the triumph of a Soviet revolution in the Ottoman Empire, not a single Russian newspaper refused to take the obvious hoax seriously. Not a single publication showed the slightest skepticism concerning the ability of the good Turks to jump over the stages of self-determination, universal franchise, bourgeois parliamentarism, etc. The mystification was quite successful. Mystifications find a favorable soil in mysticism. For no less than mystic is the concept of a political form that, by virtue of its particular character, can surmount all economic, social and national contradictions. In the course of the Congress of the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany at Leipzig, good men racked their brains to discover how to conciliate all power to the Soviets with the traditional notions of the social democracy concerning the political forms of the socialist revolutions, especially with the notion of democracy. For here is a mystery that escapes the understanding of the true believers of Sovietism with the same persistence that the mystery of the Immaculate Conception has ever escaped the understanding of the Christian faithful. Sometimes it escaped the understanding of its own creator. Thus, we have the amusing example of the reception of the news that the Soviet idea had triumphed in Hungary. It seemed, at first, that everything was performed according to the rites. But one essential detail was missing. It was reported that the Hungarian Soviet did not come into being as a result of a fratricidal war of the Hungarian proletariat. We shall see later how important is this detail. It was, on the contrary, the product of the unity of the Hungarian proletariat. Lenin was troubled. In a telegram, the complete text of which appeared in the foreign press, he asked Bela Kun, "What guarantees have you that your revolution is really a communist revolution, that it is not simply a socialist revolution, not a revolution by the social traders?" Bela Kun's reply, published in the Russian press, betrayed some confusion and a lack of preciseness. The Hungarian revolutionary power, it appeared, rested in the hands of a group of 5 persons, 2 of whom were communists, 2 social democrats, and the 5th in the same category as your Lunacharsky. The mystery had grown thicker. As a result of the extreme class antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the proletariat overthrows the most complete embodiment of democratic statism. By this act, the proletariat creates itself a new political mode, which is also the specific expression of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Here is the starting point of the Soviet idea. The political mode thus created is universally applicable. It fits the needs and consequences of all kinds of social change. It can clothe the multiform substance of all the revolutionary acts of the 20th century. That is the Soviet idea at the close of its own evolution. This dialectical contradiction summarizes the mystery of Sovietism, which is a mystery beyond the dogmatic comprehension of thinkers, both on the left and on the right. Dictatorship of the minority. The mechanism of the popular revolutions of the preceding historic period had the following characteristics. The role of active factor in the overturn belonged to minorities of the social classes in whose interest the revolution developed. These minorities exploited the confused discontent and the sporadic explosions of anger arising among scattered and socially inconsistent elements within the revolutionary class. They guided the latter in the destruction of the old social forms. In certain cases, the active leader minorities had to use the power of their concentrated energy in order to shatter the inertia of the elements they tried to wield for revolutionary purposes. Therefore, these active leader minorities sometimes made efforts, often successful efforts, to repress the passive resistance of the manipulated elements, when the latter refused to move forward toward the broadening and deepening of the revolution. The dictatorship of an active revolutionary minority, a dictatorship that tended to be terrorist, was the normal coming to a head of the situation in which the old social order had confined the popular mass, now called on by the revolutionaries to forge their own destiny. There where the active revolutionary minority was not able to organize such a dictatorship, or to maintain it for some time, as was the case in Germany, Austria, France in 1848, we observed the miscarriage of the revolutionary process, a collapse of the revolution. Engels said that the revolutions of the past historic period were the work of conscious minorities exploiting the spontaneous revolt of unconscious majorities. It is understood that the word conscious should be taken here in a relative sense. It was a question of pursuing political and social aims that were quite definite, though at the same time quite contradictory and utopian. The ideology of the Jacobins of 1793 to 1794 was thoroughly utopian. It cannot be considered to have been the product of an objective conception of the process of historic evolution. But in relation to the mass of peasants, small producers, and workers in whose name they demolished the old regime, the Jacobins represented a conscience vanguard whose destructive work was subordinated to positive problems. In the last decade of the 19th century, Engels arrived at the conclusion that the epoch of revolutions effected by conscious minorities heading unknowing masses had closed forever. From then on, he said, revolution would be prepared by long years of political propaganda, organization, education, and would be realized directly and consciously by the interested masses themselves. To such a degree has this idea become the conception of the great majority of modern socialists that the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," was originally launched as an answer to the need of assuring, during the revolutionary period, the maximum of active and conscious participation and the maximum of initiative by the masses in the task of social creation. Read again Lenin's articles and speeches of 1917 and you will discover that their master thought, all power to the Soviets, amounted then to the following: I. The direct and active participation of the masses in the management of production and public affairs, 2. The obliteration of all gaps between the directors and the directed, that is, the suppression of any social hierarchy, 3. The greatest possible unification of the legislative and executive powers, of the production apparatus and the administrative apparatus, of the state machinery and the machinery of local administration, 4. The maximum of activity by the mass and the minimum of liberty for its elected representatives, 5. The total suppression of all bureaucracy. Parliamentarism was repudiated not only as the arena where two enemy classes collaborate politically and engage in pacific combats, but also as a mechanism of public administration. And this repudiation was motivated, above all, by the antagonism arising between this mechanism and the unbounded revolutionary activity of the mass, intervening directly in administration and production. In August 1917, Lenin wrote, "Having conquered political power, the workers will break up the old bureaucratic apparatus, they will shatter it to its very foundations, until not one stone is left upon another, and they will replace it with a new one consisting of the same workers and employees, against whose transformation into bureaucrats will at once be undertaken, as pointed out in detail by Marx and Engels, 1. Not only electiveness, but also instant recall, 2. Payment no higher than that of ordinary workers, 3. Immediate transition to a state of things when all fulfill the functions of control and superintendence, so that all become bureaucrats for a time, and no one, therefore, can become a bureaucrat. The State and Revolution, page 103, early Russian edition. He wrote of the substitution of a universal popular militia for the police, of the electiveness and recall at any moment of all functionaries and commanding ranks, of workers' control in its primitive sense, direct participation of the people at the courts, not only in the shape of a jury but also by the suppression of specializing prosecutors and defense counsels and by the vote of all present on the question of guilt. That is how the replacement of the old bourgeois democracy with the Soviet regime was interpreted in theory and sometimes in practice. It was this conception of all power to the Soviets that was presented in the first constitution, adopted at the Third Soviet Congress on the initiative of V. Troyodovsky. It recognized the complete power of the communal Soviet within the limits of the Volost, the power of the district Soviet within the bounds of the Uyezd, that of the provincial Soviet within the limits of the gubernia, while the unifying functions of each of the higher Soviet organs expressed themselves in the leveling of the differences arising among the organs subordinated to it. Anticipating the argument that such extreme federalism might undermine national unity, Lenin wrote in the same brochure, "Only people full of petty bourgeois superstitious faith in the state can mistake the destruction of the bourgeois state for the destruction of centralism. But will it not be centralism if the proletariat and poorest peasantry take the power of the state in their own hands, organize themselves freely into communes, and unite the action of all the communes in striking at capital, in crushing the resistance of the capitalists, in the transfer of private property in railways, factories, land, and so forth, to the entire nation, to the whole of society? Will that not be centralism?" Page 50, early Russian edition. Reality has cruelly shattered all these illusions. The Soviet state has not established in any instance electiveness and recall of public officials and the commanding staff. It has not suppressed the professional police. It has not assimilated the courts in direct jurisdiction by the masses. It has not done away with social hierarchy in production. It has not lessened the total subjection of the local community to the power of the state. On the contrary, in proportion to its evolution, the Soviet state shows a tendency in the opposite direction. It shows a tendency toward intensified centralism of the state, a tendency toward the utmost possible strengthening of the principles of hierarchy and compulsion. It shows a tendency toward the development of a more specialized apparatus of repression than before. It shows a tendency toward the greater independence of the usually elective functions and the annihilation of the control of these functions by the elector masses. It shows a tendency toward the total freedom of the executive organisms from the tutelage of the electors. In the crucible of reality, the power of the Soviets has become the Soviet power, a power that originally issued from the Soviets but has steadily become independent from the Soviets. We must believe that the Russian ideologists of the Soviet system have not renounced entirely their notion of a non-statal social order, the aim of the revolution. But as they see matters now, the road to this non-statal social order no longer lies in the progressive atrophy of the functions and institutions that have been forged by the bourgeois state, as they said they saw things in 1917. Now it appears that their way to a social order that would be free from the state lies in the hypertrophy, the excessive development, of these functions and in time resurrection, under an altered aspect, of most state institutions typicae of the bourgeois era. The shrewd people continue to repudiate democratic parliamentarism. But they no longer repudiate, at the same time, those instruments of state power to which parliamentarism is a counterweight within bourgeois society, bureaucracy, police, a permanent army with commanding cadres that are independent of the soldiers, courts that are above control by the community, etc. In contrast to the bourgeois state, the state of the transitional revolutionary period ought to be an apparatus for the repression of the minority by the majority. Theoretically, it should be a governmental apparatus resting in the hands of the majority. In reality, the Soviet state continues to be, as the state of the past, a government apparatus resting in the hands of a minority. Of another minority, of course. Little by little, the power of the Soviets is being replaced with the power of a certain party. Little by little, the party becomes the essential state institution, the framework and axis of the entire system of Soviet republics. The evolution traversed by the idea of the Soviet state in Russia ought to help us to understand the psychological basis of this idea in countries where the revolutionary process of today is yet in its initial phase. The Soviet regime becomes the means of bringing into power and maintaining in power a revolutionary minority which claims to defend the interests of a majority, though the latter has not recognized these interests as its own, though this majority has not attached itself sufficiently to these interests to defend them with all its energy and determination. This is demonstrated by the fact that in many countries it haphazard also in Russia the slogan "All power to the Soviets" is launched in opposition to the already existing Soviets, created during the first manifestations of the revolution. The slogan is directed, in the first place, against the majority of the working class, against the political tendencies which dominated the masses at the beginning of the revolution. The slogan "All power to the Soviets" becomes a pseudonym for the dictatorship of a minority. So that when the failure of July 3, 1917, had brought to the surface the obstinate resistance of the Soviets to Bolshevik pressure, Lenin tore off the disguise in his pamphlet, on the subject of slogans and proclaimed that the cry "All power to the Soviets" was thenceforward out of date and had to be replaced with the slogan "All power to the Bolshevik Party." But this materialization of the symbol, this revelation of its true content, was only a moment in the development of the perfect political form, finally discovered and exclusively possessing the capacity of bringing out the social substance of the proletarian revolution. The retention of political power by the minority of a class, or classes, by a minority organized as a party and exercising its power in the interests of the class, or classes, is a fact arising from antagonisms typical of the most recent phase of capitalism. It thus offers a difference between the old revolutions and the new. On the other hand, the fact that it is a dictatorship by a minority constitutes a bond of kinship between the present revolution and those of the preceding historic period. If that is the basic principle of the governmental mechanism in question, it hardly matters if the exigency of given historic circumstances have made this principle assume the particular form of Soviets. The events of 1792 to 1794 in France offer an example of a revolution that was realized by means of a minority dictatorship set up as a party, the Jacobin dictatorship. The Jacobin party embraced the most active, the most leftward, elements of the petty bourgeoisie, proletariat, and déclassé intellectuals. It exercised its dictatorship through a network of multiple institutions, communes, sections, clubs, revolutionary committees. In this network producers' organizations on the style of our workers' Soviets were completely absent. Otherwise, there is a striking similarity, and a number of perfect analogies, between the institutions used by the Jacobins and those serving the contemporary dictatorship. The party cells of today differ in no way from the Jacobin clubs. The revolutionary committees in 1794 and 1919 are entirely alike. The committees of poor peasants of today bear comparison with the committees and clubs, composed especially of poor elements, on which the Jacobin dictatorship based itself in the villages. Today, workers' Soviets, factory committees, trade union centers, mark the revolution with their stamp and give it its specific character. Here is where the influence of the proletariat in the large industries of today makes itself felt. Nevertheless, we see that such specifically class organisms, such specially proletarian formations, issuing from the milieu of modern industry, are as much reduced to the role of mechanical instruments of a party minority dictatorship as were the auxiliaries of the Jacobin dictatorship in 1792 to 1794, though the social origins of the latter were entirely different. Placed in the concrete conditions of contemporary Russia, the Bolshevik Party dictatorship reflects, in the first place, the interests and aspirations of the proletarian elements of the population. This would be truer in the case of Soviets that might have arisen in advanced industrial countries. But the nature of the Soviets, their adaptation to producers' organizations, is not the decisive factor here. We saw that after the 3rd of July, 1917, Lenin envisaged the direct dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party, outside of the Soviets. We see now that in certain places such a dictatorship is fully realized through the channel of revolutionary committees and party cells. All of this does not stop the party dictatorship, direct or indirect, from preserving in its class policy a primordial lien with the proletariat and reflecting, above all, the interests and aspirations of the city laboring population. On the other hand, as organizational cadres, the Soviets may find themselves filled with elements that have a different class character. At the side of the workers' Soviets, rise Soviets of soldiers and peasants. So that in countries that are even more backward economically than Russia, the power of the Soviets may represent something other than a proletarian minority. It may represent there a peasant minority, or any other non-proletarian section of the population. The mystery of the Soviet regime is now deciphered. We see now how an organism that is supposedly created by the specific peculiarities of a labor movement corresponding to the highest development of capitalism is revealed to be, at the same time, suitable to the needs of countries knowing neither large capitalist production, nor a powerful bourgeoisie, nor a proletariat that has evolved through the experience of the class struggle. In other words, in the advanced countries, the proletariat resorts, we are told, to the Soviet form of the dictatorship as soon as its elan toward the social revolution strikes against the impossibility of realizing its power in any other way than through the dictatorship of a minority within the proletariat itself. The thesis of the finally discovered form, the thesis of the political form that, belonging to the specific circumstances of the imperialist phase of capitalism, is said to be the only form that can realize the social enfranchisement of the proletariat, constitutes the historically necessary illusion by whose effect the revolutionary section of the proletariat renounces its belief in its ability to draw behind it the majority of the population of the country and resuscitates the idea of the minority dictatorship of the Jacobins in the very form used by the bourgeois revolution of the 18th century. Must we recall here that this revolutionary method has been repudiated by the working class to the extent that it has freed itself from its heritage of petty bourgeois revolutionarism? As soon as the slogan Soviet regime begins to function as a pseudonym under the cover of which the Jacobin and Blanquist idea of a minority dictatorship is reborn in the ranks of the proletariat, then the Soviet regime acquires a universal acceptation and is said to be adaptable to any kind of revolutionary overturn. In this new sense, the Soviet form is necessarily devoid of the specific substance that bound it to a definite phase of capitalist development. It now becomes a universal form, which is supposed to be suitable to any revolution accomplished in a situation of political confusion, when the popular masses are not united, while the bases of the old regime have been eaten away in the process of historical evolution. Dictatorship over the proletariat. The revolutionary sectors of the population do not believe themselves able to draw along with them the majority of the country on the road to socialism. Here is the secret of the spread of the Soviet idea in the confused consciousness of the European proletariat. 1. Now the majority opposing socialism, or backing parties that oppose socialism, may include numerous worker elements. To the extent that this is true, the principle of Soviet rule implies not only the repudiation of democracy in the framework of the nation but also the suppression of democracy within the working class. In theory, Soviet rule does not annul democracy. In theory, Soviet rule merely limits democracy to the workers and the poorest peasantry. But the essence of democracy is not expressed, either exclusively or in principle, by mathematically universal suffrage. The universal suffrage attained by the most advanced countries before the Russian Revolution excluded women, the military, and sometimes young people up to the age of 25. These exceptions did not deprive these countries of a democratic character, as long as inside the majority called on to exercise the sovereignty of the people there remained a degree of democracy consistent with the preservation of the capitalist basis of society. 2. For this reason, denying electoral rights to bourgeois and rentiers, and even to members of the liberal professions, an eventuality admitted by Plekhanov for the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, does not of itself make the Soviet regime something absolutely undemocratic. We may even suppose such a measure to be entirely compatible with the development of other features of democracy, which, in spite of the limitation of electoral rights, may really make of the regime a democracy more perfect than any previous political form based on the social domination of the bourgeoisie. The exclusion of the bourgeois minority from participation in state power may not necessarily help to consolidate the power of the majority. It may even hinder this object by tending to impoverish the social value of the popular will expressed in the electoral struggle. That is not, however, sufficient to make the Soviet system undemocratic. What gives the Soviet system this character is the suppression of democracy also in the relations among the privileged citizens who are called on to become the holders of state power. The following are the inalienable tokens of a democratic regime, no matter how limited is the circle of citizens to whom they apply. The absolute submission of the entire executive apparatus to popular representation, even though in the case of the Soviets it does not comprise all citizens. The electiveness and recall of the administration, of judges, of the police. The democratic organization of the army. The control and publicness of all administrative acts. The liberty of political coalition, though it may mean liberty only for the privileged, in the mentioned sense of the term. The inviolability of the citizens' individual and collective rights and protection against any abuses on the part of the final agents of state power. Citizens' liberty to discuss all state questions. Citizens' right and power to exercise freely pressure on the governmental mechanism. Etc., etc. We find in history democratic republics that admitted slavery, Athens, for example. The theoreticians of Sovietism have never rejected the democratic principles enumerated above. On the contrary, they have affirmed that on the reduced electoral base of the Soviets these principles will develop as they never were able on the more extensive foundation of capitalist democracy. We must not forget Lenin's promise that all the workers would participate directly in the administration of the state, all soldiers in the election of officers, that police and officialdom as such would be suppressed. The absence of democracy within the Soviet system presumes that the proletarian, revolutionary, elements building the regime recognize the existence of the following conditions. The working class forms a minority in a hostile population. Or it is itself divided into fractions struggling for power among themselves. Or the two given phenomena exist simultaneously. In all the mentioned cases, the real reason for the popularity of the Soviet idea is found in the desire to repress the will of all other groups of the population, including proletariat groups, in order to assure the triumph of a determined revolutionary minority. Charles Nain, the well-known Swiss militant, writes, "At the beginning of 1918, we were in a panic. There was no time to delay. Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants had to be formed in Switzerland immediately and a Red Guard constituted. The knowing minority had to impose its will on the majority, even by brute force. The great mass, the workers, are in economic slavery. They cannot accomplish their own liberation. Their minds are formed by their masters, they are incapable of understanding their true interests. It is left to the knowing minority to free the mass from the tutelage of its present masters. Only after this is done will the mass understand. Scientific socialism is the truth. The minority possessing the knowledge of the truth of scientific socialism has the right to impose it on the mass. Parliament is only an obstruction. It is an instrument of reaction. The bourgeois press poisons the minds of the people. It should be suppressed. Later, that is, after the social order will have been totally transformed by the socialist dictators, liberty and democracy will be reconstituted. Then the citizens will be in the position to form a real democracy, they will then be free from the economic regime which, oppressing them, keeps them at present from manifesting their true will. Charles Name, Dictature du Proletariat ou Démocratie, page 7. Only the blind and the hypocritical will fail to recognize that Charles Name has presented here, divested of its usual phraseologic ornamentation, the ideology of Bolshevism. It is in this shape that the latter has been assimilated by the masses in Russia, Germany, Hungary, and wherever Bolshevism has made its appearance. This phraseological ornamentation does not always succeed in hiding. There is, for example, the important statement by P. Orlovsky, Vivorovsky, later Soviet representative at Rome, killed in Lausanne, May 1923, ed., entitled The Communist International and the World Soviet Republic. The author proposes to deal with the crux of the question of the Soviet system. The Soviet system, he writes, merely implies participation of the popular masses in the administration of the state, but it does not assure them either mastery or even a predominant influence in the administration of the state. If we substitute the words parliamentary democracy for the term Soviet system, we get as elementary a truth as the one expressed by Orlovsky. Indeed, developed democratic parliamentarism assures the masses of the opportunity to participate in state administration. It does not, however, guarantee their political domination. Here is Orlovsky's conclusion. Only when the Soviet system has put the effective state power in the hands of the communists, that is to say in the party of the working class, may the workers and other exploited elements obtain access to the exercise of state power as well as the possibility of reconstructing the state on a new basis, conforming to their needs, etc. In other words, the Soviet system is good as long as it is in the hands of the communists. For as soon as the bourgeoisie succeeds in possessing itself of the Soviets, as was the case in Russia under Kerensky and now, in 1919, in Germany, it utilizes them against the revolutionary workers and peasants, just as the Tsars used the soldiery, sprung from the people, to oppress the people. Therefore, Soviets can fulfill a revolutionary role, and free the working masses, only when they are dominated by the communists. And for the same reason, the growth of Soviet organizations in other countries is a revolutionary phenomenon in the proletarian sense, not merely in the petty bourgeois sense, only when this growth is paralleled by the triumph of communism. There could be no clearer statement. The Soviet system as an instrument which permits state power to slip into the hands of the communists. The instrument is put aside as soon as it has fulfilled its historic function. That is never said, of course. The Communist Party, that is to say, the party of the working class, the principle is always posed in these words. Not one of the parties, nor even the most advanced party, nor the party most representative of the interests of the proletarian class. No, but the only real worker party. Orlovsky's idea is excellently illustrated in the resolutions adopted by the Communist Conference at Kashine, published in Pravda, No. 3, 1919. The middle peasant may be admitted to power, even when he does not belong to the party, if he accepts the Soviet platform, with the reservation that the preponderant role of direction in the Soviets must remain with the party of the proletariat. It is absolutely inadmissible to leave the Soviets entirely into the hands of the non-party middle peasants. That would expose all the conquests of the proletarian revolution to the danger of complete destruction, at a moment when the last and decisive battle against international reaction is taking place. The communists at Kashine contented themselves with bearing the real meaning of the dictatorship only in so far as it applied to the peasantry. But everybody knows that the same solution also disposes of the middle worker. We are dealing here with a worker and peasant power and not merely with a worker power. What originally made the Soviet idea so attractive to socialists was, no doubt, their unlimited confidence in the collective intelligence of the working class, their confidence in the workers' ability to attain, by means of the dictatorship of the proletariat, a condition of complete self-administration, excluding the shadow of tutelage by a minority. The first enthusiasm for the Soviet system was an enthusiasm springing from the desire to escape the framework of the hierarchically organized state. Ernest Diemig, Left Independent, stated in his eloquent report, at the First Pan-German Congress of Soviets, held from the 16th to the 21st of December, 1918. The present German Revolution is distinguished by its possession of deucedly little confidence in its own forces. We are still suffering from the spirit of military subservience and passive obedience, our heritage from the past centuries. This spirit cannot be killed by mere electoral struggles, by election tracts passed out among the masses every 2 or 3 years. It can only be destroyed by a sincere and powerful effort to maintain the German people in a condition of permanent political activity. This cannot be realized outside of the Soviet system. We ought to finish, once for always, with the entire old administrative machinery of the Reich, of the independent, German, states, of the municipalities. To substitute self-administration for administration from above should become more and more the aim of the German people. And at the same Congress, the Spartacist Heckert declared, "The Constituent Assembly, Parliament, will be a reactionary institution even if it has a socialist majority. The reason for this is that the German people is completely apolitical. It asks to be led. It has not as yet made the smallest act that might be evidence of its desire to become master of its own destiny. Here in Germany people wait to have liberty brought to them by leaders. Liberty is not created at the base. The Soviet system," he continued, "is an organization confiding to the large masses the direct task of constructing the social edifice. The Constitutional Assembly, Parliament, on the other hand, leaves this function to leaders. We have struck here against something especially interesting. In the same report that glorifies the Soviets as a guarantee of the self-administration of the working class, Diemig gives a rather dark picture of the real German Soviets, personified in their Congress of 1918. No revolutionary parliament in history has revealed itself more timorous, more commonplace, meaner, than the revolutionary parliament here congregated. Where is the great breath of idealism that dominated and moved the French National Convention? Where is the youthful enthusiasm of March 1848? There is not a trace of either. And though he finds the German Soviets timorous, limited, and mean, Diemig seeks the key to all the problems raised by the social revolution in the delivery of all power to the Soviets. All power to the timorous as a means of throwing ourselves boldly beyond the easy formula of universal suffrage. A bizarre paradox? Oh, no. The paradox hides a very precise significance, which if it still remains in the subconscious for Diemig attains conscious expression in P. Orlovsky's formula: with the aid of the Soviet system, state power passes into the hands of the communists. Put another way, through the intermediary of the Soviets, the revolutionary minority secures its domination over the timorous majority. Diemig's observation was in complete agreement with the facts. In the First Pan-German Congress of Soviets, Scheidman's partisans and the soldiers held an overwhelming majority. The Congress smelled of timidity and meanness of viewpoint. 4.5 years of class collaboration and brotherhood of the trenches have not failed to leave marks both on the worker in overalls and the worker in military drab. And just as correct as Diemig were the Bolsheviks in June, 1917, when they threw up their hands in indignation at the despairing narrow-mindedness that dominated the First Pan-Russian Congress of Soviets, though at its head was a politician like Tseretelli, an individual who had, to an exceptional degree, the ability to raise the mass above its everyday level. We, the internationalists, who had the pleasure of being a tiny minority at this Congress, also despaired at the timidity and lack of understanding shown again and again, by the immense flowbog of the Menshevik and social revolutionary majority in the face of stupendous world events and the most weighty political and social problems. We could not understand why the Bolsheviks, who showed such great indignation at the spirit dominating the Congress, should nevertheless call for all power to the Soviets. We refused to understand them even when, in view of the existing situation, they organized a demonstration the object of which was to force an assembly of this character to possess itself fully of state power. I have already mentioned that the fear of making possible the triumph of the timorous majority pushed Lenin, after the 3rd of July, 1917, to repudiate, as outdated, the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." We find a German analogy to this in the Spartacist decision to boycott the election to the 2nd April, Pan-German Congress of Soviets. The consequent course of the Russian Revolution cured Lenin of his passing lack of faith. The Soviets fulfilled the role expected of them. The rising tide of bourgeois revolutionary enthusiasm set in motion the worker and peasant masses, washing away their meanness. Lifted by the wave, the Bolsheviks possessed themselves of the government apparatus. Then the role of the insurrectionary element came to an end. The Moor had accomplished his task. The state that came into being with the aid of the power of the Soviets became the Soviet power. The communist minority incorporated in the state made itself secure, once for always, against a possible return of the spirit of meanness. The idea slowly engendered in the subconscious reached its full development in the theory of P. Orlovsky and the practice of the Kashine communists. Dictatorship as a means of protecting the people against the reactionary narrowness of the people, such is the historic point of departure of 19th century revolutionary communism at the time when the worker class, which it claims to represent, begins to see through the lies and hypocrisy of the liberty proclaimed by capitalism. Buonarroti, the theoretician of Babeuf's plot of 1796, concluded that as soon as state power was taken over by the communists they would find it necessary to isolate France from other countries by an insuperable barrier, in order to preserve the masses from bad influences. No publication, he declared, might appear in France without the authorization of the communist government. All socialists, excepting the Fourierists, wrote Weitling in 1840, subscribe unanimously to the belief that the form of government called democracy does not suit, and is even prejudicial to, the social organization whose principles are being shaped at this moment. Etienne Cabet wrote that socialist society could allow, in each city, a single newspaper, which would of course be issued by the government. The people were to be protected against the temptation of seeking the truth in the clash of opinions. In 1839, at the political trial devoted to the insurrection led by Blanqui and Barbes, much was made of a communist catechism found on the accused. This catechism dealt among other things with the problem of dictatorship. It is unquestionable that after a revolution accomplished in behalf of our ideas, there will be created a dictatorial power whose mission it will be to direct the revolutionary movement. This dictatorial power will of necessity base itself on the assent of the armed population, which, acting in the general interest, will evidently represent the enlightened will of the great majority of the nation. To be strong, to act quickly, the dictatorial power will have to be concentrated in as small a number of persons as possible. To undermine the old society, to destroy it at its base, to overthrow the foreign and domestic enemies of the Republic, to prepare the new foundations of social organization and, finally, to lead the people from the revolutionary government to a regular republican government. Such are the functions of the dictatorial power and the limits of its duration. Bourguin, Le Socialisme Français de 1789 à 1848, Paris 1912. One may ask if the doctrine of those that stand for power to the Soviets, in the manner of P. Orlovsky and the Kashine communists, is much different from that of the Parisian communists of 1839. Metaphysical materialism and dialectical materialism. The working class is a product of capitalist society. Its mind is subjected to the influence of capitalist society. Its consciousness is developed under the pressure of the bourgeois masters. The school, the church, the barracks, the factory, the press, social life, all contribute to form the consciousness of the proletarian masses. They are all potent factors in the service of bourgeois ideas and tendencies. According to Charles Nain, it was on this observation of fact that the revolutionary socialists, at least in Switzerland, based their belief in the necessity of a dictatorship by a minority of conscious proletarians over the nation and even over the majority of the proletariat itself. Émile Pouget, the prominent syndicalist leader, wrote, "If democratic mechanism were applied in the labor organizations, the lack of will on the part of the unconscious majority would paralyze all action. The minority is not disposed to abdicate its claim and aspirations before the inertia of a mass that has not yet been quickened by the spirit of revolt. Therefore, the conscious minority has an obligation to act without considering the outlook of the refractory mass. The amorphous mass, numerous and compact though it be, has little reason to complain. It is the first to benefit by the action of the minority. Who could complain against the disinterested initiative of the minority? Certainly not the unconscious folk to whom the militants barely attribute the role of human zeros, and who acquire the numerical value of a zero only when added to the right of a number. Here is the enormous difference of method distinguishing syndicalism from democratism. Through its machinery of universal suffrage, the latter puts the function of guidance in the hands of the unconscious, the backward, or worse, their representatives. Democratism stifles the minorities that bear in them the future. The syndicalist method gives diametrically opposite results. The impetus is given by the conscious ones, by the rebels. All good wills are called on to act, to participate in the movement. 1. The recognition of the inevitable mental enslavement of the proletarian masses by the capitalist class forms also one of the premises of P. Orlovsky's conclusions, given in the preceding chapter. This idea flows, without doubt, from a materialist viewpoint. It is based on the observation that the thought of man depends on the material environment. This idea characterized many socialists and communists, utopian and revolutionary, at the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th. We can discover its traces in Robert Owen, Cabet, Whiteling, Blanky. All recognized that the mental enslavement of the masses came from the material circumstances of their existence in the present society. And all deduced from this condition that only a radical modification of the material circumstances of their existence, only a radical transformation of society, would render the masses capable of directing their own destiny. But by whom will this transformation be realized? The wise educators of humanity sprung from the privileged classes, that is to say, individuals freed from the material pressure weighing on the mind of the masses, they will do it? That was the answer of the social utopians. A revolutionary minority composed of men whom a more or less accidental combination of circumstances has enabled to save their brains and will from this pressure, persons who constitute in our society an exception that proves the rule, they will do it? This was the answer of revolutionary communists like Whiteling and Blanky, and the conception of their epigones of the anarcho-syndicalist type, as Poget and the late Gustave Hervé. A benevolent dictatorship for some, a violent dictatorship for the others, such is the deus ex machina that was going to throw up a bridge between the social environment producing the mental enslavement of the masses and the social environment that would render possible their full development as human beings. 3*. Man's character, wrote Robert Owen, is formed by environment and education. The problem flowing from this is the following: to transform these two factors of character in such a manner that man will become virtuous. 2. The new conception of society. According to Owen, the task of operating this transformation fell to the legislators, to the philanthropists, to the pedagogues. Whether pacifist or revolutionary, the utopians were only half materialist. They understood only in a metaphysical manner the thesis according to which human psychology depends on the material environment. They were hardly aware of the dynamics of the social process. Their materialism was not dialectical. The state of correlation binding a given aspect of the social consciousness to a given aspect of social life, which is the determining cause of the former, presented itself in the minds of those people as something congealed, as something immovable. That is why they stopped being materialists and became idealists of the first water as soon as they tried to find out how it was necessary to act practically in order to modify the social milieu and render possible the regeneration of the masses. Quite a good while ago, in his theses on Feuerbach, Marx observed, "The materialist doctrine that men are the products of conditions and education, different men therefore the products of other conditions and changed education, forgets that circumstances may be altered by men and that the educator has himself to be educated. This doctrine leads inevitably to the ideas of a society composed of two distinct portions, one of which is elevated above society, Robert Owen for example. Applied to the class struggle of the propertyless, this means the following. Impelled by the same circumstances of capitalist society that determine their character as an enslaved class, the workers enter into a struggle against the society that enslaves them. The process of this struggle modifies the social circumstances. It modifies the environment in which the working class moves. This way the working class modifies its own character. From a class reflecting passively the mental servitude to which they are subjected, the propertyless become a class which frees itself actively from all enslavement, including that of the mind. This process is not at all rectilinear. It does not take in homogeneously the layers of the proletariats, nor all phases of their consciousness. It will be far from attaining its full development when the combination of historic circumstances permits, or obliges, the working class to tear from the hands of the bourgeoisie the apparatus of political power. The workers are condemned to penetrate into the realm of socialism when they still bear a good share of those vices of the oppressed, the yoke which Lassalle had so eloquently urged them to throw off. As a result of the struggle against capitalism, the proletariat modifies the material milieu surrounding it. It modifies this way its own character and emancipates itself culturally. Exercising its conquered power, the proletariat frees itself completely from the intellectual influence of the old society, in the degree that it realizes a radical transformation of the material milieu, which in the last place determines its character. But only finally. Only at the end of a long, painful, contradictory process, which is analogous to all preceding historic processes in this respect. The social creation assumes its form on the anvil of necessity, under the imperious pressure of immediate needs. The conscious will of the revolutionary vanguard can appreciably accelerate and facilitate this process. It can never avoid it. Some people presume that if a compact revolutionary minority, animated by the desire to establish socialism, seizes the machinery of government, and concentrates in its own hands the means of production and distribution and the control of the organization of the masses and their education, it may, in pursuance of its socialist ideal, create an environment in which the popular mind will little by little be purged of its old heritage and filled with a new content. Only then, it is averred, can the people stand erect and move by their own strength on the road to socialism. If this utopia could be followed to the end, it would lead to a diametrically opposite result, though we considered it only from the angle of Marx's observation that the educator has himself to be educated. For the practice of such a dictatorship, and the relations established between the dictatorial minority and the mass, educate the dictators, who may be everything we want them to be but cannot direct social evolution toward the construction of a new society. We do not need to demonstrate that such an education can only corrupt the masses, that it can only debase them. The proletarian class considered as a whole, we are using the word in its broadest sense, including intellectual workers whose collaboration in the direction of the state and the administration of the social economy is indispensable till the contrary becomes true, is the only possible builder of the new society, and it must consequently be the only successor to the classes that formerly dominated the functions of government. The propertyless will also find it indispensable to benefit by the active aid, or at least, friendly neutrality of the non-proletarian producers, who are still numerous in the city and countryside. This flows from the nature of the social overturn that is the historic mission of the proletariat. This change must manifest itself in every part of the life of society. The proletariat will be able to take in hand the huge heritage of capitalism, without dilapidating it. It will be able to set in motion the gigantic productive forces of capitalism so that the result is real social equality based on the increase of the general well-being, only by giving proof of the maximum of moral energy it can generate. That, we repeat, is an unavoidable condition, which is, in its turn, subordinated to the greatest possible development of organized initiative on the part of all the elements composing the working class. The latter presupposes an atmosphere that is absolutely incompatible with the dictatorship of a minority or with the permanent satellites of such a dictatorship, terror and bureaucracy. In the course of the free construction of the new society, the proletariat will re-educate itself and eliminate from its character those traits that are in contradiction with the great problems it will have to solve. This will be true about the working class taken as a whole as well as about each of its component elements. It is evident that the duration of this process will vary for each of these elements. To remain on the firm ground of political reality, the political action of the socialists will have to reckon with this fact. It will have to take into account the slow pace of the necessarily progressive adaptation of the entire class to its new milieu. Every attempt at forcing this process artificially is certain to yield the opposite results. Many compromises will be found absolutely inevitable in order to suit the march of history to the intellectual level attained by the different elements within the working class at the moment of the fall of capitalism. But the final goal justifies only those compromises that do not lead to results that are in opposition to this goal. Only those compromises are justified which do not bar the road to the goal. For that reason, it is impossible to consider too pronounced compromises made either with the destructive tendency or with the conservative inertia that are typical of one or another section of the working class. A compromise made with the enemy class is nearly always fatal to the revolution. A compromise that guarantees the unity of the class in its struggle against the enemy can only advance the revolution in the sense that it opens up wide possibilities for the spontaneous, direct action of the mass. True, this result will be obtained at the price of a movement that is slower, more sinuous, than the straight line which a minority dictatorship can trace in the task of revolution. But here as in mechanics, what is lost in distance is made up in speed. The gain is made here by overcoming rapidly the inner psychological obstacles that arise in the way of the revolutionary class and hamper it in its attempt to achieve its aims. On the other hand, the straight line, preferred by the doctrinaires of the violent revolution because it is shorter, leads in practice to the maximum of psychological resistance and that way to the minimum creative yield of the social revolution. Julius Martov. The Roots of World Bolshevism. 1919. Originally published in Russia in 1919. Republished as first part of the German edition of World Bolshevism in 1923. 1. Translated by. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. 1. Bolshevism as a world phenomenon. When, in 1918, the Baroque expression which is the title of the present chapter was used, many Russian Marxists saw in it a paradox. It seemed absurd to accept the very idea that the quiet and routine province of Russia could in any way become a model for the West, the rotten West, as was freely said in Russia, to follow when working out the forms and content of the revolutionary process. We were all inclined to link Russian Bolshevism to the agricultural nature of the country, to the absence of any real political education in popular circles, in short to purely national factors. In the other countries, the revolutionary movement developed on noticeably different social bases, and it seemed very improbable that it would flow into the ideological and political mold of Bolshevism. At most people afterwards resigned themselves to accepting that the Bolshevik element could color the revolution in countries which were equally backward as were Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. It also seemed obvious, in the eyes of the socialists of Western Europe, that Bolshevism didn't lend itself to export on the world political market. They stated many times that this purely Russian phenomena would not be able to acclimatize itself in Western Europe. This certainty of immunity was precisely one of the reasons why eminent representatives of European socialism were not afraid to praise Russian Bolshevism and thus make themselves the harbingers of the hold of Bolshevik ideas on the worker masses of their own country. They certainly did not foresee that at a certain moment Bolshevism would suddenly surge forth in their countries. This is why, obedient to considerations of narrow day-to-day politics, they simply gave up making the least criticism of the ideology and policy of Russian Bolshevism. Some of them even defended it in its entirety against the attacks emanating from bourgeois enemy circles, without even considering it useful to make a distinction between what appertained to the revolution as such in its essence and what, on the other hand, represented only the specific contribution of Bolshevism and which constituted a denial of the whole ideological heritage of the International. Numerous representatives of European socialism still today remain faithful to this attitude. When not long ago Koski had to analyze the reasons for the failure of his party in the elections to the Constituent Assembly, he criticized the leaders for having obstinately refused to make any criticism of Russian Bolshevism and for having given them political publicity. Such an attitude, let it be repeated, was possible to the extent that European socialism proclaimed and really believed that they had nothing to fear from the Bolshevik conflagration. And when world Bolshevism had everywhere become an undeniable factor in the revolutionary process, European Marxists found themselves as unprepared as Russian Marxists, if not more so, to understand the historical importance of this event and to discover the reasons which ensured its persistence. 2. The heritage of war. After 3 months of German revolutionary experience, it became clear that Bolshevism was not uniquely the product of an agrarian revolution. Strictly speaking, the revolutionary experience of Finland had already offered sufficient reasons to revise this notion, which had acquired the strength of a prejudice. Certainly, the national particularities of Russian Bolshevism are explained, in large part, by the agrarian structure of Russia. But the social basis of world Bolshevism must be sought elsewhere. The World War made the army play an important role in social life, and this is without any doubt the first common factor that can be discerned in the revolutionary process of countries as socially dissimilar as Russia, Germany, England, and France. The existence of a link cannot be denied between the role played by the soldiers in a revolution and the Bolshevik inspiration animates it. Bolshevism is not simply a soldiers' revolution, but in each country the development of the revolution undergoes the influence of Bolshevism in direct relation to the mass of soldiers in arms who participate in it. In its time, the role of the soldiery in the Russian Revolution has been sufficiently analyzed. From the first days of the rising tide of Bolshevism, Marxists pointed out that consumption communism provided the only common interest capable of creating a link between disparate and often déclassés, i.e. torn from their real social milieu, social elements. Less attention has been devoted to another factor of the psychology of revolutionary soldier crowds. We are referring to this anti-parliamentarism, which is quite understandable in a social milieu which has not been cemented by the hard lessons of the collective defense of its interests and which draws, at the present time, its material force and influence from the sole fact of possessing arms. The English papers reported the following curious fact. On the occasion of elections to the House of Commons, ballot papers were made available to English troops on the French front. Often the solders destroyed these ballot papers by burning them and declaring, "Just let us home and we'll undertake to put things right." In Germany as in Russia we have noticed many times that soldier crowds show their first political concern by a tendency to put things right by the force of arms. This state of mind showed itself just as much in favor of the right, a frequent fact in the first months of the revolution in Russia and in the first weeks in Germany, as of the left. In both cases we are in the presence of a collective group convinced that it suffices to hold arms and know how to use them in order to be able to direct the destinies of a country. This state of mind leads fatally to an irreducible opposition to democratic principles and to parliamentary forms of government. Nevertheless, however excessive its role in the Bolshevik storm, the sole presence of the mass of soldiers cannot explain either the success of Bolshevism or the geographical extent of its hold. A cruel deception has been the fate of those who in Russia in October 1917 had declared with a blissful optimism that Bolshevism was the work of revolutionary Pretorians and that it would find itself deprived of its social basis as soon as the army was demobilized. Far from this happening, the real features of Bolshevism showed themselves in striking relief at the time precisely when the former army, which had carried it to power, was abolished, and when Bolshevism was able to rely on a new military organization which from then on exercised no directing power and did not participate in any way in the running of state affairs. On the other hand, we have seen in Finland and Poland the presence of Bolshevik elements which developed independently of any revolutionary soldiery for the good reason that these countries did not have any national army that had taken part in the war. It results from this that the roots of Bolshevism must be sought, in the final analysis, in the situation of the proletariat. 3. The psychology of Bolshevism. What are the essential features of proletarian Bolshevism as a world phenomenon? First, maximalism, i.e. the tendency to obtain the maximum of immediate results in the matter of social improvements without taking into account the objective situation. This kind of maximalism presupposes the existence of a strong dose of naive social optimism that allows a belief, in the absence of a critical spirit, in the possibility of achieving these maximum conquests at any time and in resources, the social wealth that the proletariat seeks to take hold of, being inexhaustible. Secondly, the absence of any understanding of social production and its requirements, the predominance, as we have already seen with the soldiers, of the point of view of the consumer over that of the producer. Thirdly, the penchant for solving all questions of political struggle, of the struggle for power, by the immediate use of armed force, even when it is a question of dissensions between different fractions of the proletariat. This penchant proves that no confidence exists in the power to solve social problems by the application of democratic methods. Various authors have already sufficiently uncovered the objective factors which have led to the predominance of this tendency in the workers' movement of today. The composition of the worker mass has been changed. The old cotters, those who possess the highest class education, have passed 4.5 years at the front. They have been detached from productive work, become imbued with the mentality of the trenches, have been absorbed psychologically into the amorphous mass of déclassate elements. On their return to the ranks of the proletariat, they have brought to it a revolutionary spirit with, however, the mentality of a soldier's riot. During the war their place in production was taken by millions of new workers recruited from ruined artisans and other little people, rural proletarians, and women of the working class. These newcomers were working at a time when the proletarian political movement had completely disappeared and when even the trade unions had become skeletal. While the war industry took on in Germany monstrous proportions, the number of members of the Metal Workers' Union did not reach the level of July 1914. In these new masses of the proletariat class consciousness developed very slowly, the more so in that they scarcely had the chance to take part in organized actions alongside more advanced workers. Thus, those who had lived in the trenches lost in the course of time their professional habits, became detached from regular productive work, and were morally and physically exhausted by the inhuman atmosphere of modern war. Meanwhile those who had taken their places in the factories had furnished an effort beyond their strength, trying to ensure through overtime that they got vital necessaries whose prices had increased in impossible proportions. This exhausting effort was largely carried out to produce works of destruction. From the social point of view it had been unproductive and had been incapable of giving rise in the worker masses to a consciousness that their work was indispensable to the existence of society. But this is an essential element in the class psychology of the modern proletariat. These factors of social psychology came together to facilitate the development of the Bolshevik element in all the countries affected directly or indirectly by the World War. 4. The crisis of proletarian consciousness. Nevertheless, it seems to me that the causes indicated above are not enough to explain the progress made by the Bolshevik element in the world arena. If Bolshevism puts down deep roots in the worker masses of the countries which took part in the war and even in neutral countries, this is only because the operation of these causes did not find a sufficient psychological resistance in the social and political habits, in the ideological tradition of the proletarian masses. From 1917 to 18 an identical phenomenon can be seen in different countries. The worker masses which awaken to the class struggle show a pronounced suspicion with regard to the organizations which were at the head of the movement before the month of August 1914. In Germany and Austria strikes took place despite the contrary decisions of the unions. Here and there influential clandestine groups form and take the lead of the political and economic demonstrations. In England factory committees arose to face the trade unions and launched powerful strikes of which they assumed the leadership. Similar movements are observed in neutral countries, in Scandinavia, in Switzerland. After the end of the war, when the proletariat had its hands free, this tendency developed even more strongly. In Germany in November-December 1918 the great masses were unanimously inspired by the desire to exclude the unions from any role in the leadership of the economic struggle and in the control of private production. Soviets and factory councils tend to replace the previous organizations. The Hesse-Ebert government is obliged to take account of the factual situation and to extend the responsibilities of these new center of action at the expense of those of the unions. In England the press reports the distrust of the masses with regard to the secretaries of the trade unions and their refusal to submit themselves to their instructions. It sees in this the most characteristic feature of the strike movement of today. In a speech given in the House of Commons, Lloyd George brought out this particularity as an element filling the government with the most serious worries. The class movement born of the war has stirred up deep proletarian layers which till then had been untouched and which had not passed through the long school of organized struggle. These new recruits did not find to guide them more advanced comrades strongly welded together by the unity of their ends and means, their program and their tactics. On the contrary, they saw the old parties and unions falling into ruin, the old international going through the deepest crisis the working class movement had ever known. Torn to shreds by mutually implacable hatreds, the international experienced a shake-up of beliefs which for decades had been considerable inattackable. In these conditions nothing other than what we now observe could have been expected. The movement of the new proletarian layers and, partly, even that of the same elements which before 1914 already marched under the banner of social democracy, developed, in a way, in a vacuum without any link with the political ideology of before. It spontaneously creates its own ideology which forms under the pressure of forces of the present time, which is an exceptional time from the economic, political, and social psychology point of view. Naked on the naked earth is how the proletariat is today, because the movement of the masses was completely stopped for 4.5 years and because intellectual life wholly atrophied in the working class, and not only in them. The Bürgerfrieden, the Sacred Union, involved the cessation of all propaganda dealing with the irreconcilable antagonism of classes, of all educational effort tending towards the socialization of consciousness. The work of the Sacred Union was actively completed by censorship and the war state regime. That is why, when they were able to reappear after the crushing blow of the World War, the worker masses did not find at hand any center of ideological organization on which they could base themselves. But it was psychologically indispensable to group around a point of support whose moral prestige was universally recognized, whose authority was not open to discussion and was not discussed. What they were offered was only the psychological possibility of choosing freely between the different remnants of the old international. Is it surprising that they ranged themselves on the side of those who represented the most simplistic, the most general expression of the spontaneous instinct of revolt, of those who refused to consider themselves as linked by an ideological continuity, of those who agreed to adapt themselves infinitely to the aspirations of the amorphous masses in effervescence? Is it surprising that the reciprocal action of these amorphous masses and of ideological elements of this sort led to the creation of phenomena of mental atavism in the workers' movement of the most advanced countries, that it led to a revival of illusions, prejudices, slogans and methods of struggle which had had their place in the period of Bakuninism, at the beginning of the Lassaline movement or even earlier still, in the attempts of the proletarian elements of the sans-culottes of Paris and Lyons in 1794 and 1797? The August 4, 1914, the day the Social Democrat majorities capitulated before imperialism, marked the catastrophic interruption of the class action of the proletariat. From that date all the phenomena which today surprise many people by their suddenness were created in embryonic state. In the first weeks of hostilities I had occasion to write that the crisis of the workers' movement due to the war was, in the first place, a moral crisis, the disappearance of mutual confidence between different fractions of the proletariat, the devaluation in the proletarian masses of the previous moral and political basis. For many decades ideological links had been brought nearer reformists and revolutionaries, at times even socialists and anarchists, or indeed these, together, to liberals and Christian workers. But I could not imagine that the loss of mutual confidence, that the destruction of ideological links would lead to a civil war between proletarians. But I saw clearly that this prolonged disintegration of the class community, that this disappearance of any ideological link, which were consequences of the collapse of the International, would subsequently play a decisive role in the particular conditions of the revival of the revolutionary movement. Since the collapse of the International was inevitably going to lead to such consequences, revolutionary Marxists had the duty to work energetically to weld together the proletarian elements who had remained faithful to the class struggle and to react resolutely against social patriotism, even when the masses had not yet shaken off the nationalist intoxication and panic even. To the extent that it would have been possible to achieve this welding together on the international level, it was still permissible to hope that the rising of the masses would not destroy the ideological heritage of a half-century of workers' struggles. It was still permissible to hope that a dike would oppose the assault of anarchy. Such was the objective meaning of the attempts at Zimmerwald and Kienthal in 1915-16. Unfortunately, the aim which had been fixed was far from achieved. This failure must not be attributed, of course, either to choice or to the faults which might have been committed by one or other of the Zimmerwaldians. The crisis of the workers' movement was manifestly too pronounced to allow the internationalist minorities of the time to modify the evolution or lessen the birth pangs of a new proletarian consciousness. This simple fact shows the extent to which the crisis was historically inevitable, to what extent its origin was mixed with the profound changes which had occurred in the existence, in the historic role of the proletariat, but which had not yet given rise to corresponding changes in its collective consciousness. A social class needs to have already gone through the determined cycle of its evolution for it to start to realize the historical significance of its movement. This was the case for the classes which preceded the proletariat. But with the proletariat, we see the existence for the first time of a doctrine which determines its role of link in historical evolution and which reveals the objective, historically ineluctable aims towards which it is going, of a doctrine which has attempted to direct the movement so as to try to reduce to a minimum the number of victims and the loss of social energy which is characteristic of an empirical evolution. This doctrine can do much, but not everything. Once again, historical evolution has revealed itself to be stronger than doctrine. Once again it has been shown that the human race is doomed to move blindly at the whim of empirical attempts, to draw the lessons of its defeats in the bitter disappointment of retreats and of progress in zigzag. Once again it has been proved that it cannot be otherwise as long as humanity has not made a leap from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom, as long as it has not subjected to its will the anarchic forces of its social economy. More than any other rise, that of the proletariat has been underpinned by elements of a conscious orientation of history. But, no more than the rest of humanity, is the proletariat the master of its economic life. And until it has become so, it will have to set very narrow limits to the possibilities of subordinating the course of historical events to the power of scientific doctrine. The extent of the collapse that occurred on August 4, 1914 and the duration of its ideological consequences attest to the fact that at the present point of historical development these limits are even narrower than we believed in our arrogant celebration of the successes achieved for a quarter of a century by the international workers' movement, i.e. by revolutionary Marxism. Failure of Marxism hastened to proclaim the doctrinaires and politicians opposed to revolutionary education. Let them not be so hasty to show their joy, since the defeat of Marxism as effective leader of the movement has been at the same time its greatest triumph as materialist interpretation of history. As the ideology of the conscious fraction of the working class, Marxism has shown itself to be entirely subjected to the fundamental law established by Marxist doctrine and which governs the evolution of all ideologies within an anarchistic society divided into classes. It is exact that under the pressure of historical events Marxist teaching has not imposed identical conclusions on all its disciples. In the consciousness of a fraction of the working class it has changed into social patriotism, into class collaboration, in that of another it has assumed the aspect of a primitive anarcho-Jacobin communism. But this differentiation reveals precisely the supremacy of matter over consciousness, a supremacy proclaimed by the teaching of Marx and Engels. The proletariat needs to discover the secret of the misadventures that it has gone through during the present period of transition, it needs to elucidate the historical causes of its downfall of yesterday and the objective meaning of the vagaries of today. Only then can it discuss the means to overcome the contradictions of the present time, utopia of immediate aims and mediocrity of the means of action. 5. A step backwards. The tradition was broken. The masses lost the faith they had previously had in the old leaders and old organizations. This double phenomenon greatly contributed to imbuing the new revolutionary movement with this ideology, this anarchist-tending psychology which characterizes it today in all countries. The change that occurred in the social composition of the proletariat, the 4 years of war accompanied by a recrudescence of savagery and brutality, followed by a simplification of the intellectual physiognomy of the European, created a propitious field for the return of ideas and methods which it had been thought had disappeared forever. The triumph of consumption communism, which does not even seek to organize production on collective basis, can be seen everywhere today in the proletarian masses. That is a great evil, evidence of a huge retreat in the social evolution of the proletariat and in the process of its formation into a class capable of running society. This new direction of the revolutionary movement manifestly feeds the growth of Bolshevism. One of the principal duties of Marxian socialism is to combat it. But, while combating it, the perspective of history must not be lost sight of, nor must the reasons which have determined this indifference of the popular masses with regard to the development of the means of production be forgotten. For 4 years the ruling classes have annihilated the productive forces, have destroyed the accumulated social wealth, have brought to all the problems posed by the need to maintain economic life easy solutions inspired by the well-known formula, pillage what has been pillaged, i.e., in the event, by requisitions, taxes, forced labor, imposed on the defeated. And when, after having been deprived for 4 years of the least possibility to educate themselves politically, the popular masses are called upon in their turn to make history, should we be astonished that they begin by the very thing that the ruling classes had ended with? The study of past revolutions allows it to be stated that in past centuries extreme revolutionary parties have also drawn from the arsenal of the wars of their time methods of action which led them to use requisitions, confiscations, and taxes to settle problems of economic policy. While the capitalist classes stupidly ruined the productive forces, wasted the accumulated wealth, while they diverted for long periods the best workers from their productive work, they got consolation by persuading themselves that this temporary destruction of the national heritage and of its living sources would, in case of victory, thanks to the conquest of world hegemony, annexations, etc., give such an impetus to the national economy that all the sacrifices would be recuperated 100-fold. To support this opinion, no statesman of the imperialist coalitions would have been able to furnish even the slightest serious proof. Similarly, none of them would have known how to combat with a semblance of reason the manifest truth that the world war, with its gigantic expense and destruction, would inevitably throw the world economy, or at least that of Europe, a good step backward. In the end, these statesmen, as well as the bourgeois masses, settled their doubts by imagining that everything would turn out right and that the automaticity of economic evolution would somehow find the means to cure the wounds, the fruit of the creative effort of the imperialist classes. We are therefore not surprised that the worker masses are guided by the same blind faith when they try to radically improve their situation without taking into account the continuing destruction of the forces of production. For the popular masses have been contaminated by the fatalism that seized the bourgeoisie of the whole world the day it gave free rein to the monster of war. To the extent that they come to reflect on the consequences of the anarchy, these masses in their turn unconsciously hope that the ways of historical development will end up by leading them to the destination, and that the final victory of the working class will cure by its own virtue the wounds inflicted on the national economy in the course of the struggle. To the extent that they think this, the proletarian masses of today are hardly more advanced, from the point of view of the conscious creation of history, than were the masses of the petty bourgeoisie who carried on the revolution in England in the 17th century and in France in the 18th century. As then, the conscious action of the masses is no guarantee at all that the objective results of their efforts will in fact be the regime to which they aspire and not a completely different regime. This, obviously, is a sad indication of the regression within the workers' movement. For the whole historical sense of the immense work of which the workers' movement has been the object since 1848 consisted precisely in establishing a state of correlation between the conscious creative activity of the proletariat and of the laws of historical evolution that had been discovered. At bottom, it was a question of ensuring, for the first time in history, if only a minimal relationship between the objective achievement of the revolutionary process and the subjective aims pursued by the revolutionary class. Yes, it is a regression. But when the right-wing socialists denounce this regression, when they adopt the attitude of accusers to better base their own policy, it becomes impossible for us to forget that they collaborated for their part in the coming of this regression. Where were they, during the Great War, when for the first time in history there was a need to call on humanity to take care of the forces of production? Did they not, in tow to the bourgeois patriots, convince the popular masses that the systematic, intensive, prolonged destruction of the forces of production could constitute, for their country, a way towards the flourishing of these same forces as had never yet been known? By destruction without limit towards the highest degree of civilization. This slogan of the World War, has it not become the slogan of world Bolshevism? The right-wing socialists have contributed to bringing into being this disdain for the future, even the immediate future, of the national economy and for the fate of the forces of production, a disdain with which the whole social psychology engendered by the Great War is imbued. This, to such an extent that the social groups which today struggle fanatically against Bolshevism in the name of the safeguard and reconstruction of these forces of production proceed regularly employ means which are just as destructive from the economic point of view as the methods of Bolshevism itself can be. We have been able to see this in the Ukraine and on the Volga where, rather than see them pass into the hands of the Bolsheviks, the bourgeoisie preferred to destroy the stocks of supplies, the railways, the depots, the machines. Furthermore, at the time of the sabotage of the end of 1917 we saw the right wing of democracy denounce the economic vandalism of the Bolshevik Revolution, but not take any account of the blows which their sabotage was going to irredeemably bring to the structure of the national economy much more than to Bolshevik rule. Today we are witnessing the same thing in Germany, where no idea perhaps enjoys a popularity equal to that of the need for labor discipline as the only thing able to save the productive forces of the country. In the name of this idea the bourgeois and right-wing socialist parties denounce the Spartacist elements of the proletariat for their tendency to provoke permanent strikes and to thus undermine any possibility of regular productive work. Objectively they are right, the German economy is in such a critical state that the strike epidemic can itself on its own drive the country to a catastrophe. But it is a curious thing that it is precisely to the strike weapon that most often the bourgeoisie and the elements grouped around the right-wing socialists have recourse when they resist Bolshevism. For a while now in the struggle against the Spartacist wave we regularly witness bourgeois strikes, strikes of all the liberal professions as well as of state and local government officials. Doctors abandon their hospitals, followed by all their staff, railway staff suspend rail traffic. And for what futile reasons do they do this? Here, in a town in the east, the Soviet of soldiers decides to disarm a division whose state of mind is considered counter-revolutionary. On its side, the assembly of the representatives of the bourgeois professions consider that the division has furnished proof of its attachment to the Republic. They protest against the disarmament as constituting a weakening of the Eastern Front in face of a possible invasion by the Russian Bolsheviks, as a result of which they decide to proclaim a strike until the Soviet annuls the incriminated decision. Cases of this kind are not rare. It is clear that Bolshevism, i.e. the extremist current of the extreme left of the class movement of the proletariat, does not lead in itself to the triumph of the consumer over the producer. It is not it that caused the rational development of the forces of production to be neglected and the stocks from the accumulation of wealth under a previous regime to be consumed. On the contrary, such a tendency is clearly opposed to the very spirit of Marxian socialism. That it could develop within the class movement of the proletariat is the consequence of the illness with which capitalist society was afflicted from the moment it was hit by the crisis. This is why, in the eyes of the historians of the future, the triumph of Bolshevik doctrines in the workers' movement of the advanced countries will certainly not appear as a sign of an excess of revolutionary consciousness, but as the proof of an insufficient emancipation of the proletariat from the psychological ambience of bourgeois society. This is why any policy which seeks a remedy against the economic vandalism of Bolshevism in an alliance with the bourgeoisie or in a capitulation to it is fundamentally false. We have seen in Russia, in the Ukraine, in Siberia, that after having defeated the Bolsheviks by force of arms, the bourgeoisie has been unable to put an end to the economic collapse. As for Europe, we see already that, if it succeeds in aborting the proletarian revolution, all the League of Nations labels will not prevent the bourgeoisie from creating such a regime of international relations, crushing the economic organism under such a plate of armaments, erecting such customs barriers that the national economy will be condemned to reconstitute itself on the volcano of new armed conflicts, pregnant with even more terrible destructions than the world has just known. In these conditions, it is more than doubtful that the world bourgeoisie will be able to bring Europe back to the economic level from which it was toppled by the war. Victory of reason over chaos in the midst of the proletarian revolution, or cultural regression for a rather long period, the present situation can have no other outcomes. World Bolshevism has made itself the ideology of contempt for the apparatus of production left by the former regime. But, alongside this contempt, typical of the movement of our days, we see a similar disdain for the intellectual culture of society. In delivering its blows, the revolution is not to respect the positive elements of this culture. On this question too, the masses who surge today into the arena of history and who boast of carrying out the revolution are much inferior to those who formed the core of the class movement of the proletariat during the epoch before the war. Here again, it cannot be doubted that the retreat has to be entirely attributed to the influence of the 4 years of war. On the occasion of the execution of Lavoisier, the sans-culottes of Paris were already saying in 1794, "The Republic does not need scientists." Supporting before the electors of Paris the candidature of Marat for the convention against that of the English materialist philosopher Priestley, Robespierre declared that there were too many philosophers in the elected assemblies. Modern sans-culottism of communist obedience is not very far from its predecessors in its attitude towards the scientific heritage left by bourgeois society. But, once again, only Pharisees can revolt against it without remembering the militarism before which they knelt with admiration or capitulated cowardly, while only yesterday they gave themselves over to its orgies. For, need it be recalled, militarism hardly treated science and philosophy any better, and that it is it which has brought up in this contempt the popular masses who today are trying to make history. French and German militarism pitilessly sent professors and scientists to dig trenches and to contribute as pen-pushers to the great cause of the defense of the fatherland. In behaving in this way, they did not care at all about momentarily diminishing the intellectual productivity of their country. What right therefore have they to be indignant if, in an identical spirit of irrational waste, professors and scientists are used to clean cesspools and to prepare graves? You wanted it, Georges Dandin. In 1914-15 the bourgeoisie showed that it exercised an influence on the working class which had not yet been breached. It showed that the intellectual domain of the proletariat was still subordinate to it. And the working class which at present is in revolt against the bourgeoisie is one such as the latter has made in 4 years of this war education, which has led to the decomposition of proletarian culture that was the fruit of long decades of class struggle. Thus, in the developed capitalist countries the worker masses provide an excellent field for a new flowering of this primitive communism with ideas of equal division which already guided the first steps of the nascent workers' movement. This is why, at this stage of the revolution, the role of inspirer and leader can be assumed by the country where precisely the reasons for this simplistic conception of socialism is going to lose itself in the depths of virgin territory which capitalism has not yet violated and where the laws of primitive accumulation still reign. Imperialism has brought Western Europe back to the economic and cultural level of Eastern Europe. Should it be a surprise that the latter is today imposing its ideological notions on the masses in revolt of the former? The European bourgeois and social nationalists can witness with apocalyptic terror the hatching of world Bolshevism. This is perhaps the first act in the vengeance which the East is reserving for arrogant Western imperialism for having ruined it, for having held back its economic evolution. V. The World's Social Revolution and the Aims of Social Democracy. Source: British Labour Delegation to Russia, 1920, Report, July 1920. Transcribed and marked up by Adam Buick. Public Domain, Marxists Internet Archive, 2016. You may freely copy, distribute, display and perform this work, as well as make derivative and commercial works. Please credit Marxists Internet Archive as your source. Theses approved by the Pan-Russian Conference of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Mensheviks, on April 10, 1920. The Social Revolution. 1. The development of the world's imperialism, which has brought about the catastrophe of the World War, the destruction of empires, the removal of old frontiers, the devastation of Europe and regrouping of masses of the people, creates great possibilities of social revolution on an international scale, and it will end the era of capitalism, and introduce the advent of socialism. 2. These possibilities of social revolution have been growing out of existing economical, social, and political conditions of life. There is no chance of reconstructing the economic life, utterly shaken by the war, if we try to maintain the form of production, distribution, international exchange, and international credit, based on the competition of private capital. It is equally impossible for a capitalistic state to put a stop to such competition and bring about certain regulations of economic life against the interests of the capitalistic classes. Socially, the chance of social revolution lies in the fact that the universal war with its consequences has revolutionized the working masses to such an extent that their demands cannot be satisfied otherwise than by means of the most thorough encroachment upon the profits of the capitalists, and by making the capitalists bear the burden of the greater part of the expenditure caused by the war. But so far as the state power belongs to the capitalist class, such a course of action would meet with the greatest possible opposition. Politically, possibilities of the world's social revolution lie in such a state of things as was demonstrated during the Universal War, when capitalistic states showed a complete inability to establish international relations on the basis of a reliable peace. Capitalistic states could not make these international relations sound in any way or give a guarantee that they would put an end to the unproductive expenditure connected with the preparations for new wars so detrimental to the sound development of the countries concerned. 3. The universal social revolution appears to be a very natural outcome of the historical development of the countries economically most advanced and most strikingly embodying the tendencies of present-day capitalism. The objective possibilities of social revolution, as well as the technical, material, and social factors essential for the realization of the task which lies before the social revolution, have been quite mature in those countries. But in the course of the development of capitalism, different countries of the civilized world have become dependent on one another economically and politically. These truths were demonstrated in the international character of the last military conflict, which was brought about by a competitive economic war among the capitalists. Thanks to this dependency of different countries on one another, the revolutionary crisis has also taken place in the countries economically backward, and even in the countries where development was such that the inner inconsistencies of the capitalistic regime have not yet reached their climax, and where capitalism itself has not yet outlived all possibilities of further advance. For in such backward countries the immediate cause of revolutionary crisis is to be found in the destitution and the fall in productive power, caused by the war, and also in the utter disorganization of the class-state machine. The revolutionary crisis which has started in backward countries, just because these countries depended on the capitalistic development of the world as a whole, could not be stopped simply by the removal of factors hindering economic progress within the bounds of capitalistic production. Capitalist production is going through a world crisis. This makes the bourgeoisie of backward countries utterly incapable of reconstructing economic life as shaken by the war. But the advance of the social revolution in fully developed countries will have a great influence on the backward countries and will give the working class of these countries an opportunity of quickening the process of their own socialistic development, so that as they can profit by the greater resources and organizing power of the socialistic organization of the economic life of the most advanced countries. In view thereof, all reforms possible in backward countries, reforms which are the outcome of economic necessity and limit the sphere of the reign of capitalism, socialization, municipalization, regulation of production and commerce by the state, state monopoly, compulsory labor, etc., may become, provided that the state power is in the hands of the working class, the starting point for the development of social, public, forms, representing transitory forms between capitalism and socialism. 5. The universal social revolution, i.e., the reconstruction of society on a new social and economic basis by a new class which has taken the state power into its own hands, cannot be looked upon as a kind of historical event occurring during a short period of a few months or a few years, and sweeping away, like a catastrophe, one form of economic life in order to replace it by an absolutely different one. Such an idea of social revolution completely contradicts the very theory of scientific socialism. The social revolution is a complicated and continuous process of gradual socialization of the economic factors of a country and setting in the place of capitalistic and semi-capitalistic forms of production and exchange some higher form of collectivism, which would guarantee the most complete development of the productive forces. Neither would the different phases of this revolution nor the rapidity of its progress be the same in different countries, because all countries differ very much in the degree of their capitalistic development, in the correlation with public forces of the general culture of the population, and in many other essential details. Neither must the transition from the economic crisis caused by the war to the revolutionary changes which are the characteristic features of the social revolution be considered as a kind of uniform process in all countries included in the historical process of revolution. Therefore, the usual formula that an imperialistic war changes directly into civil war as applying to all countries must be rejected. On the contrary, the scientific conception of the social revolution allows for those countries most advanced economically a certain period of economic boom after the disorganization caused by the war. It would only be after this boom that the inner fundamental inconsistencies, which lead to social revolution, would reach the necessary climax and civil war will break out in these countries also. 6. But whatever may be the conditions which give various forms to the process of social revolution, its decisive moment, the evidence of its arrival, and its lever lies in the fundamental interchange of position of social classes, in the downfall of the political power of the capitalists, and in the seizure of the state power by the laboring classes, headed by the great industrial proletariat, i.e. in a political revolution. Political revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat. 7. This political revolution cannot be accomplished by means of a legal struggle of the proletariat within the bounds of the capitalist institutions in society. So far as the military and material forces of the state remain in possession of the ruling minority of capitalists, this minority will fight against the legal transfer of the political power into the hands of the laboring classes, so the desire and ability of the powerless majority to throw off the ruling minority by force appears to be a most necessary condition of the social revolution. 8. In economically advanced countries where the majority of the population belong to the classes of the proletariat and the remainder of the laboring people are socially united with the proletariat, the result of the social revolution will be a dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e., concentration of the state power in the hands of the proletariat. So far as the backward countries are concerned, revolution will come because the capitalist class is not capable either of reconstructing economic life after the devastation of the war or of stabilizing the state, but in such countries the outcome will be the division of state power between the proletariat and the other laboring classes, especially the small peasantry, like farmers, and the half-farming laborers. Of course, the proletariat will be the leaders of this combination as a class with higher culture, which, by the concentration of its members in large industrial centers, is bound to raise the development of the productive forces of the whole country. This division of the state power is characteristic of the transitory period of revolution in these backward countries, but here, too, a further economic development on the international scale will bring about new possibilities, which would lead to the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 9. The class dictatorship of the proletariat is aimed at the social liberation of the governed and oppressed classes and is directed only against the parasitic public groups possessing the monopoly of the means of production. The class dictatorship represents a force organized by the state in order to crush the efforts of the minority to oppose the social revolution. The forms and the degree of violence directed against the class of present-day oppressors is entirely dependent on their own strength and the real power of their opposition. But in no case may the class dictatorship of the proletariat be used against other laboring classes whose active and voluntary assistance in the process of social reorganization is absolutely indispensable for the proletariat and which alone can secure for the proletariat a real solution of the problem of the reconstruction of economic life on the basis of a further development of the productive forces. To such classes belong the intellectual proletariat and the whole number of the technical staff of present-day industries, as well as small owners in town and country. Socialistic dictatorship of the proletariat, based on the real interests of the great majority of the working masses and the growing understanding by the majority of their own interests, does not attempt to impose its will on the majority of the people. On the contrary, the proletariat as the revolutionary vanguard of labor endeavors to realize the highest aspirations of the majority of the laboring classes. 10. The conception of the class dictatorship of the proletariat has nothing in common, but its name, with the dictatorship of a single person or an oligarchy, nor with the dictatorship of the class-conscious revolutionary minority, when this minority is attempting to rule over the majority of the people even in the interests of these people. Revolutionary social democracy protests most decisively against the principle of the dictatorship of a minority, which contradicts the most fundamental truths of socialism, that the liberation of the working class is the task of the working class itself. The principle of the dictatorship of a minority in the opinion of the revolutionary social democracy is degrading to the working masses as an object of social experiment. In every attempt to bring about the dictatorship of a minority in open or veiled form, social democracy perceives the greatest danger to the revolutionary development of the working class and to the success of the social revolution. Therefore, social democracy renounces any policy of terrorism as a method of revolutionary dictatorship, by means of which a minority of the proletariat endeavors to retain in its own hands the power already denied to them by the majority of the working masses. Dictatorship and democracy. 11. Dictatorship of the proletariat does not contradict the principles of democracy, on the contrary, it creates the best possibilities for a full and complete realization of these principles. For the realization of the functions of dictatorship by the proletariat as a class, and not by the individual dictators put above the class, is only possible if the will of this class is formed by the process of free expression of the will of all concerned. That could not take place in capitalistic democracies where so many factors have helped to crush the free will and self-assertion of the working masses. On the contrary, the conception of the socialistic dictatorship of the working class is bound up with the fundamental principles of democracy, such as real and consistent democratic government, a minimum of privileges for officials, their general election, their responsibilities before the electors, the utmost development of self-government with as few as possible professional bureaucrats in comparison with the actual producers, and the most unlimited freedom of propaganda and agitation. 12. Historically, every democracy is the democracy of definite social groups and its democratic principles are workable within these groups. So democracy of the bourgeoisie exists as a democracy of the private owners of the means of production, possessing equal political rights with the bourgeoisie and sometimes yielding those rights to another class, the class of the proletariat, under the revolutionary pressure of the latter. The Free Republic of America was created as a republic of white races. Similarly, the new labor democracy is the democracy of those who take part in public productive labor. Therefore, the complete or partial forfeiture of civil rights by social groups outside this labor democracy, i.e., outside public productive labor, does not violate the democratic principles of class dictatorship. Consequently, the assertion that the working masses have no right to limit or make forfeit the civil rights of other classes and the appeal to absolute democratic ideals, has not much basis and can be disregarded. The socialistic proletariat in the question of the establishment of certain limits for a newly organized labor democracy, must be guided by the aim of the social revolution, which demands the organization of society as a whole for collective work. For the realization of such an aim, the unproductive classes of the old regime must be neither destroyed nor turned into an oppressed class, as it has happened in some of the revolutions of the past, but rather made to join the new association of workers. Therefore, the labor democracy does not aim at the forfeiture of civil and political rights of the defeated class, but, on the contrary, tries to establish the reign of a universal democracy such as could not exist when the state power was in the hands of the capitalists. 13. During the period of civil war, from the first moment of the seizure of state power, the proletariat may be obliged to interfere with democratic rights and limit the civil rights of unproductive groups of the population in the sphere of the elective franchise, the liberty of the press, etc. This must be regarded as a temporary measure of revolutionary self-defense and not as a historically or logically inevitable part of the socialistic dictatorship of the proletariat. Such measures always prove a certain weakness and a want of confidence on the part of the class dictatorship, and show that this dictatorship has evidently not yet been recognized by the majority of the people as their own. The more often the situation created by civil war urges the socialistic proletariat to have recourse to such measures, the more is it evident that either the social and economic conditions of the country have not been developed enough for fundamental socialistic reorganization, or that the working masses themselves have not yet grasped the historical aim of their own revolutionary movement. This very fact, that at a transitory period the socialistic proletariat is forced to defend itself by measures involving the limitation of democratic rights, shows very clearly that the destruction of the old social forms and the creation of new ones must be accomplished in a very gradual and careful way. 14. On the contrary, every effort on the part of the proletariat to limit democratic rights in order to force the process of socialization and to conquer the obstacles put in the way of such a process leave economic conditions so undeveloped that they may lead to reaction among the rank and file of the proletariat, to a degeneration of the class dictatorship into the dictatorship of a dwindling minority, and to a split in the midst of the working class itself. In general, the limitation of democratic rights, applauded by the class enemies of the proletariat in the period of the Civil War, has so far not led to the degeneration and the splitting of the working class, as the reign of real democracy and liberty for the majority of laboring masses still exists. Such a state of things may strengthen the class dictatorship and save it from the necessity of applying to some part of society certain exclusive measures which, under all circumstances, would be rather risky. The dictatorship of the proletariat and Soviets. 15. In its historical aims and aspirations, the labor democracy differs greatly from the capitalist democracy. Naturally, the former cannot simply copy the forms of state management and the public institutions of the latter. For the complete realization of democratic principles, for real and free manifestation in action of the will of the people's majority, the labor democracy is in need of new and different institutions adapted to the fulfillment of the task of socialist reconstruction and to the concentration of the revolutionary energy of the working masses. To such institutions belong workers' and peasants' soviets, the factory committees, and also class organizations created in the pre-revolutionary period, so far as they, too, are imbued with the new spirit of revolution. But inevitable variations in the historical setting which in every country form the definite conditions for social revolution, such as the degree of degeneration of the state forms of capitalistic democracy, the position of the working class, its relation to other classes, etc., make it absolutely impossible to foretell which part each one of the aforesaid institutions will play in the organization of the new democracy, so it would be purely utopian to prescribe for the historical process of development any uniform plan of organization of the proletarian state, independent of any circumstances which may arise. 16. Therefore, the formula that the proletarian dictatorship must be organized on the basis of the Soviet system, now regarded as the only means, has to be rejected. On the contrary, the revolutionary social democracy must acknowledge that in the organization of the socialist state, together with the organs representing productive groups, significant through their connection with industries, a definite part may also be played by institutions of representatives elected by citizens grouped together on certain territory, as also by institutions created during the period of the highest development of bourgeois democracy, such as the referendum, etc. 17. The idea of the Soviet system of democracy and efforts to secure social revolution by way of dictatorship on the basis of this system have been nourished among the working classes of different countries by syndicalistic traditions attempting to fill the transitory period from capitalism to socialism. All forms of state organization by unions of workers in the processes of production may only be possible in a well-organized and long-established socialist society. A preference for the Soviet system is the natural outcome of great disappointment with democratic institutions, a disappointment caused partly by the strange behavior of many socialist parties during the war and partly by the miserable part played by democratic institutions born during the revolution. The miserable position of the democratic organs of power and the reactionary and powerless constituent assemblies and other democratic institutions, and the possibilities for the counter-revolutionary forces to make use of the agitation in favor of these institutions in their struggle against the aspirations of the proletariat for social liberation, all appear to be the results of the inner weakness of the proletariat, and of the fact that its inner differences are still alive and hinder the formation of a united front against the capitalist classes by the attraction to the proletariat of the whole mass of the laboring classes. Therefore, when some of the revolutionary groups of the proletariat try to establish the dictatorship of a minority under the banner of dictatorship, based on the Soviet system, it cannot be considered as anything else than an attempt by one part of the proletariat to solve by its own efforts the problem for which the proletariat as a whole in the present state of the revolutionary process is not ready. The tactics of social democracy. 18. The internationally organized proletariat is split and suffers from a crisis. Some groups of the proletariat are under the influence of opportunist and national ideas, others are inclined to take the course of anarcho-syndicalists and rebels. A complete sinking of these differences is the only way to create the possibility for the realization of the real dictatorship of the proletariat, and such unity is as essential as the objective factors in the maturity of capitalist production and the continued degeneration of the capitalist state. The revolutionary Marxian social democracy, being convinced of these things, is making every possible effort to overcome these differences among the workers and to bring about the unity of the proletariat for the struggle for state power, leading to the realization of socialism. Social democracy is trying to tear away from the bourgeoisie those groups of laboring people who still remain with the capitalists, and to mobilize the proletarian masses for revolutionary struggle on a national and international scale. 19. So, if in the process of revolutionary struggle state power falls into the hands of an active minority of the working class, and the latter, being unable to manage the unconquerable objective inconsistencies of its own position, wanders between an economic utopia and political terrorism, the revolutionary Marxian social democracy supports this minority in its contest against the forces of counter-revolution, in its efforts to retain state power in the hands of the working class, and to bring about the socialist organization of production, but at the same time, the social democracy tries in every possible way, by means of changing economic policy according to the level of the social development of the country, by the democratization of the forms of state power created by the revolution and by the abolition of terroristic methods of government, to save the proletariat of the given country and the world international labor movement from severe defeat, and to secure the development of the revolutionary dictatorship of this minority with its utopian and dictatorship of a real majority of working people. 20. At the same time, the revolutionary social democracy renounces as detrimental to the cause of the liberation of the proletariat and degrading to the masses, such political movements, which, from consideration of non-socialistic character, and with the object of securing a political majority, try to unite a part of the proletariat with certain groups of the bourgeoisie for the sake of democratic principles, and to set up the will of this union as the will of the people against the aspirations of an active part of the proletariat fighting for the realization of the socialist reconstruction of the world. Julius Martov. A contradiction. Source: British Labour Delegation to Russia, 1920, Report, July 1920. Transcribed and marked up by Adam Buick. Public domain, Marxists Internet Archive, 2016. You may freely copy, distribute, display and perform this work, as well as make derivative and commercial works. Please credit Marxist's Internet Archive as your source. Seeing that M. Xenophantov, of the Secret Police, Extraordinary Commission, made an assertion today to our British comrades that the Union of the Renaissance of Russia and the so-called Tactical Center were organized by all the anti-Bolshevist parties from the monarchists to the Social Democrats and Social Revolutionaries, I feel myself obliged categorically to contradict the statement of the said police official as being a deliberate lie. Far from taking part in the foundation of the Union of the Renaissance of Russia, the Social Democratic Party, Menshevist, has frequently published its decisions in the Soviet papers, the first in the autumn of 1918 and the last in July, 1919, according to which any Social Democrat who personally takes part in the Union or in any similar organization is thereby excluded from the party. The cynical lie of M. Xenophantov is only a further proof of the complete demoralization of the Bolshevist police, whose bloody dictatorship disignures revolutionary Russia. Signed, L. Martov, the President of the Central Committee of the Social Democratic Party. July 27, 1920.